spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga. Over 960,000 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education candidates are set to begin their exams this morning. French, German, Sign Language, Arabic, Music and Home Science will dominate the first week of this year's KCSE examinations, set to commence across the 10,755 exam centres across the country. The Ministry of Education on October 4th released new guidelines that will guide this year's assessment. Key among them, the rotation of centre supervisors who will not be allowed to sit at an examination centre for more than a week. Their mobile phones, as well as those of the invigilators, remaining at a secured location away from the exam rooms, as well as candidates having personalised question papers. The KCSE exam will run concurrently with the KPSEA assessment that begins on Monday next week, with more than 1 million candidates expected to sit the assessment. Billed as the final intervention aimed at saving Rigathi Gachagua from impeachment, today's decision by a 3-judge bench is a do or die for the impeached Deputy President. The Justice Eric Ogola-led bench, which also has Justices Anthony Murima and Frida Mugambi, is expected to rule on whether to vacate or extend conservatory orders restraining the assumption of office by Kithure Kindiki after his nomination as Deputy President was approved by the National Assembly on Friday. This is after High Court judges Chacha Mwita from Milimani and Richard Mongo from Kerugoya issued conservatory orders staying the implementation of the resolution passed by the Senate removing Gachagua from office by way of impeachment and restraining the assumption of office by Professor Kindiki. Attempts by Attorney General Dorcas Oduor to have the orders vacated were dismissed by the 3-judge bench, which instead ordered an inter-partes hearing for today. Meanwhile, the Directorate of Criminal Investigations has summoned Rigathi Gachagua of allegations the impeached Deputy President made about purported attempts on his life. Gachagua, speaking on Sunday after he was discharged from the Karen Hospital in Nairobi, where he was admitted on Thursday as senators were voting to oust him, claimed that there were 2 assassination attempts on him before the impeachment was tabled in Parliament. The DCI said serious allegations emanating from a person of Gachagua's stature cannot be taken lightly, further urging him to appear as at its Nairobi headquarters today to record a statement for prompt and thorough investigation.
On 30th of August in Kisumu, undercover security agents entered my room and bagged it, and one of them tried to poison my food. But we detected it and we were able to escape the scheme. I was supposed to be killed through poisoning. On 3rd of September in Nyeri, another team from the National Intelligence Service came to Nyeri and tried to poison food that was meant for me and Kikuyu Council of Elders. I did report this matter to the National Intelligence Service, and the officers who were assigned to my office, I asked them to leave because I felt I was not safe. After the 2 attempts to assassinate me through food poisoning failed, it is when this impeachment motion was hatched. When my security was withdrawn here, officers from the National Intelligence Service have been hovering in every room, in every compound here, to an extent that I had to call my wife and my children come and stay in my room just in case they get entry to my room or compromise the people who are treating me. So Rigathi Gachagua and his family feel very exposed because these people have tried to kill us before. So I asked President William Ruto, my brother, I helped you to be president. Leave me alone. Leave my children alone, because I was there for you when you needed somebody to be there for you.
That's the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanya.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It gets over
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
what the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the security, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
3, 2.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Heri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalimia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Sasa baridi ni degree ngapi hapa?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot?
Yes.
He's the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys and walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
Now I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If you go out of this country and come back the same person, then you have a problem. Buy land, 1 million. Put it there for 5 years. What's the purpose?
It'll have increased in value.
No, that's the thing. That's darkness. That's an eclipse. You don't do that.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person or that all hustlers are poor. I've seen that conversation.
Tell us, who is a hustler?
Who's a hustler? Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
Corruption in Kenya is a political accusation. The people who are actually corrupt are not pointed fingers at.
Kenya is not free. Kenya imeshikwa na mateka. It's under siege.
Have you seen that lodge on Nyeri Road? Very high fence. You can't even
windows
sleep inside.
Up near the ceiling.
Yes. And if you walk there at midnight, you see bats the size of cows.
And when it rains, it doesn't rain on that building.
Yes.
When you're at All Saints and it's raining, it doesn't rain on that building.
The things people will believe.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, the traffic is not looking bad this early morning on Tuesday. This is after the long weekend. Let's see how it will be looking like when people now start getting back to the normal working week. Remember, this is another short week again. How it will be looking like, let's see, in about half an hour, or actually in about an hour and a half.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's Tuesday and it's a Monday. It's all those things. It's a confused day. How are you doing? Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. City? Otherwise?
Amazemi niko tu at least. Weather ni mzuri, inaonekana joto inaongezeka, kuna mvua inatishatisha kidogo. But otherwise all is well. Yes?
The otherwise is otherwising.
It is maximally otherwise.
Very good.
And how are you doing?
Mimi niko salama. Yeah.
Enjoyed your
the long weekend. The long weekend ilikuwa longing weekending.
Longing.
It was longing weekending.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it was a weekend. And now here we are on this Monday, Tuesday. Yes.
Yes, and it's going to be a short week.
It always is. When you start the week on a Tuesday.
It's like that, fly.
Before you know
gone.
It's Friday. You're saying, gosh.
Fly, gone.
Yes.
Like that. Yeah? Mambo iko namna hiyo.
Inakuwaga hivyo.
Mambo iko like that.
Yes.
And then now it's another week of drama. We thought the drama was over, that by the time we go to Mashujaa Day, drama will be concluded. And now we start a new week with a new government.
Drama revamped.
Yeah?
Revamped.
Drama inaendelea.
Yes.
Where?
The arena has moved. Well, it hasn't really moved. It's just that the politics and the drama has now moved to the courts. Yeah, but the drama is still the drama.
Drama still dramaing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And conversations are still conversations.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's what we'll be discussing for this morning. First of all, starting at 7 a.m., where we've invited political analyst Herman Manyora to come and speak to us. What, in his opinion, is going on? Should DP Gachagua just accept, okay, this one, he himself has said he does not believe that his friend William Ruto would do this to him. So clearly, hii ndoa imevunjika. That clearly, the president does not want anything to do with his deputy Rigathi Gachagua. The president does not have the confidence of his, Rigathi does not enjoy the confidence of the president and his boss. So should he then just accept and move on? Just say, okay, clearly, even if I stayed in office, it'll just be for nothing.
Well, one of the things that we certainly will see, you know, some of these things we hear about power, things we hear about high offices. Well, drama such as the one that we're witnessing, should we say, opens up all that we didn't know before.
Yeah.
You now get to understand how this thing actually works.
Yeah.
You get to understand relationships, and you get to understand the intrigues that happen in those high offices.
Yep.
Yeah, so buckle up, get a comfortable seat, lean back,
prepare for the ride.
Kabisa.
Hey, at 8 o'clock, one of the senators who's vehemently supporting Rigathi Gachagua and opposing the impeachment is Karongo Adangwa from Kiambu County. He'll come at 8 and tell us, all right. So we're seeing the moves that are being made now with the nomination of and approval by Parliament of Kithure Kindiki. And the people of the Rakanithi and Meru and those others who have said, very good, very good. If it is Kithure, we are very happy, very happy. So what does that do to the mountain? Is the mountain then split east or west? Which is best? That's the question that we want to ask and find out. East or west, which is best? Karongo Adangwa joins us at 8 o'clock. At 9, we will have a conversation about medical research initiative to develop African research leaders. Ideal. We'll be joined by Professor Sam Mushina Kinyanjui. He's been here before. He is from Kemri. He's the director of Ideal and head of training at the Kemri Welcome Trust program in Kenya. Professor Kinyanjui will come and talk to us about that Ideal. The initiative to develop African research leaders. This is a good thing.
It is.
When there's an initiative to actually just say, okay, so we know we have several researchers in Africa. We have very, very good researchers in Africa. So how can we actually just say, so African research leaders come together, let's work together, and let's have a body that speaks for African research. So Prof joins us at 9 a.m. for that conversation. Let's start by telling you what the weather is looking like, and then we start you by telling us where you are tuned in from and how you are after this long weekend. Did you enjoy yourself? Tell us all those things. We shall acknowledge your presence shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. 102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. The weather with Spice FM.
The sun is rising at 3 a.m. in Nairobi. My friend, it is so bright outside, but it's a cloudy morning at 15. It's also sunny in Mombasa at 24. Sunny in Malindi already at 25. It's clear skies in Nakuru at 14. Cloudy in Nyeri at 15. In Eldoret, clear skies at 12. Kakamega partly cloudy at 17. Kampala cloudy at 18. Kinshasa cloudy at 24. Clear skies in Joburg at 12. Partly cloudy in Lagos at 26. Sunny in Addis at 12. Mostly cloudy in Mogadishu at 26. Sunny in Dar es Salaam at 24. Paris is cloudy at 12. London is cloudy at 10. Clear skies in New York at 19. And cloudy in Beijing at 12.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Yeah. So Ndu is still away. She's enjoying her time. So she went for the, what was that thing called?
Coronation.
The coronation of the king in her neck of the woods. And she's enjoying now some time, chilling, relaxing, just
being with family.
Breathing in and being with her family and enjoying her time. Okay? So she will be back later on. So ni sisi hapa tuko hapa tunaendelea, and we'll be saying hello. Now this computer has decided it's going to do like that.
Do not worry, talk to it.
It is behaving as if it is not going to show us who is online this morning, and is not going to tell us how things are looking like. So anyway, we can see the people who are already here. Laban Misiani saying Kenya is not a cooperative company. Amesema ameamua, Lebanon ameamua. William Mora says good morning. Don Saboy, the government eats its own. Riggy eaten. Who's next? How are you, Eric City? And Lydiah, are you fine? Lydiah does a thumbs up. She says she's fine. Don Peter Ruto, good morning from Mbakasi. Robert Bogo, good morning. Don Sabwa has said hello. We've said that. Tanoteka, Ongani Malala, John Moore, Dickens Mwai. watching from Kirinyaga. Kirinyaga kulikuwa na drama weekend. The court there is busy. Pamela Bilma, Robinson Kisero from Hong Kong. It's really absurd that our attention is glued on Gachagua while the country is being auctioned by the government and the ODM. Why? Margaret Joe, he says, good morning, all SpiceFM Situation Room. Good to be here. Chris Maura, Karibu, Karo Nyambura, Kiongozi Omosh, Sir George Gashuri, Douglas Kibogong, Samuel Juma, Chris Maura, Musi Els, my heart is bleeding for my country. May God help us. Jimmy Manuthi, good morning. Sir George Gashuri, George Okoh, good morning. Good people, Eric, CT, Princess Ndu, Ednah, Yego. Sema Salimia Lydiah, George. I'm watching you live from Miami, Florida. Kindiki was told to just for 2 years he'll get his DP job. Let's wait and see. Jimmy Kakeo, good morning. Zach Okere, Njogu Monica, Sandra Sherry, Nyakairo, James Mukabana, Gilbert Kimuge, Stella, Alex Katoto, Joel Odondi, Alex Katoto, we've said Eric War. Watu ni wengi wako online. Richard Odera, good morning. Octine Jumbo from St. Petersburg, Florida. Aga Khan, are we even Meru people at large happy about that appointment? You tell us. Are you Aga Khan? Are you happy? You yourself. Terence Simbi, morning all the way. Carson Otieno, good morning. Went to visit Nyeri in my weekend. Nilitaka kuguza mlima. Aha, kuliadaje? Wacha nikwambie Carson. Ukitaka kuguza mlima enda Meru. Mlima iko Meru. Nyeri is overlooking. Hata Meru wamesema wao ndio wako windward side.
As opposed to being in the leeward side.
As opposed to being the leeward side. Everybody, thank you very much for joining us and welcome. City. So, do like that.
As I had mentioned, we are going to, this is the final proverb from the Maghreb region, and we're looking at the Republic of Tunisia.
Tunisia.
If there was a country which was northernest most, it is Tunisia. On this continent, there is no country that is more north than Tunisia.
Than Tunisia?
It is north, kabisa.
Are you serious?
I'm absolutely serious.
How so? It's just into the Mediterranean?
Yes.
Allah.
It's north, kabisa of real.
It's the north of north.
It's the north of north.
Ah, yeah.
And it also shares maritime boundaries with Italy, through the islands of Sicily and Sardinia and Malta. You know, history is an interesting thing, but even more so when you look at just the reality. Geography is also an interesting subject.
Kabisa.
Let me now look at the proverb. Okay, I'll be telling you more about the Republic as the week progresses. Even if he wears a valuable harness, the donkey does not turn into a racehorse.
Even if he wears a valuable harness, the donkey does not turn into a racehorse. Hata ivalisha expensive aje.
Hata ufanye nini? Hata uweke nini?
Hata ivalisha horseshoe.
Hata ufanye nini baba?
The donkey is still a donkey.
A donkey is still a donkey.
Why?
Punda ni pu?
Punda ni punda.
Yep.
Na punda si punde. Haya. Punda si punde, let's look at the headlines.
Yes.
I've got a Standard. We're waiting for the Nation to come in.
Yes.
So, politics versus the law. Cases begin. An unprecedented battle will take place in the corridors of justice starting today. Myriad issues are on the table in what is turning out to be an epic battle between the President, Parliament, impeached Deputy President, and judges. While pundits contend politics usually wins over the law, Chief Justice Martha Koome and her officials have their work cut out. This is on pages 8 and 9. Other headline, doubts cast over the body said to be of missing MCA. This body was discovered in Lake Yahud in Wajir County on Saturday, but the burial has been halted until DNA tests are done. This is the missing MCA. He was abducted in Nairobi. He has been held incommunicado by whoever held him. Police are not able to tell who kidnapped him and what happened to him and what the motive may have been. And then a body is discovered in Lake Yahud in Wajir County. And people think this mutilated body belongs to that missing MCA. But now family and leaders from Wajir are saying, okay, no, let's actually be very sure. For us to get closure, can we get DNA? So that's the story. There also is a story on page 10 of the Standard today. Wairimu dumped salon to become human trafficker. Eunice Wairimu has been jailed for 10 years after her attempts to lure Kenyans into slavery abroad were halted. That's an interesting story. We'll look at it. Higher. Kenyan to add 1,500 megawatts to power grid. Where is this from? Is it from geothermal? 1,500 megawatts is a lot. That's a lot of power.
Mm-hmm.
Biden, there's an election happening in America in a few weeks' time. And then by February, Biden will be going home. Okay? But between now and February, Biden will finally make his trip to Africa. As an outgoing president. As a lame duck president. As they usually call outgoing presidents, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ruto skips coast meetings, jets back to Nairobi. After Mashujaa Day, Ruto did not go around at there was something that had been scheduled earlier. He was going to visit the port. He was going to launch some affordable housing projects. He did not even address that those roadside meetings after the Mashujaa. Nothing.
Came back to Nairobi.
It came back to Nairobi and that was it. Yeah? Higher. Tell us...
about the Star.
Yes.
Yes, this is the free day copy.
Today is
copy
Tuesday.
Day. Yeah, free copy day. Yeah, not free day copy. Free copy day.
Free copy day.
Yes. Why Raila anchors Ruto's re-election bid for 2027? Kingmaker. Opposition chief Raila Odinga, a renowned kingmaker, holds the key to the re-election of President Ruto in 2027. Raila has come to the rescue of the politically troubled Ruto, who faces a barrage of tests, including the rebellion from central Kenya following Gashagua's impeachment. KICD put on the spot over textbook mismanagement. We are at it again. Kenyans could be losing billions of shillings as a result of mismanagement by publishers. The state curriculum development schools. Various audits reviews have highlighted waste, detailing instances where schools have been given books they do not need while experiencing deficits.
Bless you.
Books that they need. Next year, alarm as life-saving food for children runs out of stock.
Alarming food for children.
Yes. A nutritious pre-packaged food for Kenyan children in hunger-stricken areas could run out on May 2025. Donors say the life-saving, ready-to-use therapeutic food given to children suffering from severe wasting, also known as severe acute malnutrition. Such children are at a high risk of death. Usually it's something that is mixed and it's cooked and it's like a porridge. But it has everything.
Okay.
Back in the middle of the paper, showdown. Loyalists vow divorce with president will be painful, hurtful, catastrophic. The Shagwa allies plot.
Messy.
It's going to be messy, muddy. Gachagua allies plot fight back over Ulster. Some of ex-DP's associates shed tears as Senate voted to render him jobless. Okay? Right.
Okay.
That is the Star.
In the Daily Nation, highest number of candidates start KCSE exam today. The 2024 KCSE exam starts today with candidates taking practical and oral papers for elective subjects before the common test for all the candidates kick off on November 4th. This year's edition has the highest registered candidature in the history of the test, 965,501, an increase from last year's 903,138 candidates. The examinees undertook their rehearsal last week on Friday. The last paper will be taken on November 22th. So, you see, this is KCSE. It has attracted the highest number of candidates this time. Gachagua raises a storm of cases, lightning speed. Impeached Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has written to the Judiciary questioning how one of the cases challenging his impeachment was placed before a 3-judge bench without orders from the Chief Justice, Martha Koome. Gachagua queried how the bench hastily convened last Saturday to consider an application seeking to lift an order blocking the swearing-in of Interior CS Kithure Kindiki. And they said, come back today. They'll be back in court today. So Gachagua is like, when we went before this same 3-judge bench and asked for a date, they told us, our calendar, I think October.
But don't lose hope.
We are busy. We are really busy. You see, this one was convened hurriedly. However, on Friday, they were able to find time, and they said, in fact, come on Tuesday, we'll give our decision.
Chumzuri. Time was found.
Yeah, he's asking, aye. Now, do you know there's a guy called Gideon Mike Mbuvi Sonko? Remember him?
I remember the man.
He was the governor of Nairobi. Remember him?
He was. He was even a senator.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, there's affordable housing being constructed in Nairobi.
Several, I think.
Yes. Sonko holds 2 titles to the land.
Now, isn't that just interesting?
Sonko ndio akona title.
Sonko ndio Sonko.
Yeah, affordable housing.
Yes. So affordable housing near Sonko.
Near Sonko.
Okay.
The former governor is still in possession of 2 title deeds for parcels on which the government is putting up affordable housing units. The Nairobi City County team was told. Shock of Sonko holding titles for affordable housing land. That's a headline. And then bang in the middle of the Daily Nation today. Fault. How Treasury is abetting 437 billion shilling Adani secret deals. The Treasury has taken advantage of a loophole in procurement laws to secretly enter into contracts without going through a competitive process. Sparingly used in the Kibaki and Uhuru era, the little-known clause has now become the foundation on which at least 4 controversial multi-billion shilling tenders with companies that have ties to Indian conglomerate and Adani Group are built. Umesikia hiyo maneno?
Nimesikia. We live in interesting times.
Imagine
we live in interesting
that
times.
the Treasury is allowing agencies to go for special permitted procurement procedures. They're called SPPP model. The specially permitted procurement procedure. That is the big story in the Daily Nation today. It's on page 10. Let me tell you what's on the East African. The making of a political duel. They are highlighting our case in Kenya. The Kenyan Deputy President's rise and fall has been spectacular, and now his irresistible exit promises a loud, ugly, and messy drama at the courts, where he's trying to stop his replacement. All right? The People Daily, 1 nation, 2 DPs. In a bizarre political development, both impeached Rigathi Gachagua and Interior CS Kindiki lay claim to Harambee House Annex. Who will report there this morning? Will Gachagua go to Harambee House Annex? All his staff have been sent on compulsory leave. All of them.
All
of them.
They are civil servants, are they not?
Yeah.
Them sent on leave.
They have been told go on compulsory leave.
See, leave is good. Are they being paid?
See, he can just report to his office alone.
Yes, he can. He can.
The other headline in the People Daily is Gachagua clutches at straws. Son of Mau Mau faces death to the fate today as judges hear case challenging Ruto's pick for second in command. And then the Taifa Leo, Kioni, Ruto na Raila wapanga kugawa mlima. Asema kutokana na hatua hiyo, mlima Kenya sasa utaunga mkono Kalonzo mwaka wa 2027. Sikia bana. Kioni anasema Kalonzo tosha. Mwinjilisti amruka Ruto, kiini ni Rigathi. Teresia Wairimu adai Ruto na Gachagua wanaibisha kanisa kwa kutosameheana. Remember Teresia Wairimu? Evangelist Teresia Wairimu?
I remember Teresia Wairimu very well.
Vile waliweka Biblia chini hivi, it was Teresia Wairimu who was at Kasarani to pray for them and pray for the new administration. Now, she released a scathing sermon the other day and said, these people, we thought they're from God. We don't know where they're from now. Haya. Ingine, bonde sasa la geuzwa jaa la bidhaa feki. Msako wa DCI wanasa pombe haramu, mbegu bandia zinazouzwa kwa wakazi. So, Rift Valley has become the haven of fakes and counterfeits. Wakazi mlimani wasusia hotuba ya Rais Mashujaa. Wakazi wachache waliohudhuria sherehe hizo waliondoka punde hotuba ilipoanza kusomwa. So people in the mountain yesterday, you know, what happens is across the country, the county commissioners come and read the president's speech.
They do.
Apparently, people were turning up in the Mulima areas, and as soon as the county commissioner starts to start reading the speech,
out
they walk. They're like, kaa nayo.
It's called protest.
Kaa nayo. Tutaki kusikia. The big headline in the Taifa Leo today, baada ya vumbi la mchakato wa kisiasa kukamilika bungeni, leo mahakama imetupiwa kazi moto itafune. Mtihani kwa majaji. mapambano, huku naibu rais aliyeng'atuliwa mamlakani Rigathi Gachagua akiomba koti imnusuru dhidi ya maonevu. Bunge linataka mahakama iruhusu kuapishwa kwa Profesa Kithure Kindiki. Haraka upesi bana, tuende tukiandaga kazi kisha, hatuna time. Mambo ni mengi, masaa ni machache. 25 minutes to 7. Let's take this break. Take a look at the traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If there's no traffic on Thika Road, then you can tell that there's no traffic at all on many of the other major roads. Jogoo Road is all right. Mombasa Road into town is okay. Outer Ring Road is okay. Manyanja Road is fine. Kangunda Road is okay. Westlands into town is fine. Uhuru Highway is fine. Langata, Ngong, Limuru, Lower Kabere, all those roads are fine.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Soma Story City.
I am looking at the Daily Nation. Interesting, this one. How Treasury is abetting, same story, 400 and rather huge amount, and 37 Adani deals. You know, that the goings on in this country are an eye-opener, is not in doubt. Every time some of these issues come up, we learn more. We understand our laws better. We understand the Constitution better. Our understanding of what happens here gets better and better and better and better and better. Okay? Right. Remember there was this story of some citizens of Turkey who were abducted in Kenya. Well, we, according to the Nation in politics, Foreign Affairs PS Sigei says, yes, Ankara pledged to treat its nationals with dignity, meaning, yes, we captured 4 refugees on behalf of Turkey.
What's the story?
Well, the story is actually a fairly interesting one. Let me just read it for you. Kenya has confirmed that it captured and repatriated 4 Turkish refugees on the request of the government of Turkey. Okay? This was confirmed on Monday by Foreign Affairs PS Sigei, who said Ankara pledged to treat its nationals with dignity. Their names are, my friend, okay, let me just give it an attempt. Let me try and read them. There's a guy called Al-Farslan Taskei. There's Mustafa Gens. There's Hussein Yesilsia. Then there's Ozturk Urzan. They were flown out of Nairobi on Friday. Okay? Yes.
What were they captured? Were they captured on Friday or Saturday?
Remember, there was a brief news item that people had been waste.
Yes.
Now, this Mustafa Genk was a former principal of Light Academy. Okay? Okay. Now, details as to why it is that the 4 had been residing in Kenya as refugees. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign and Diaspora Affairs had received assurances from the Turkish authorities that the 4 would be treated with dignity in keeping with national and international laws. Okay? He stated that the government of Kenya yielded to the request on the strength of the robust historical and strategic relationships anchored on bilateral instruments between the countries. Yes, so that is why. But as for other details as to why, no. Okay?
So the government has confirmed that it received requests from the government of Turkey.
Yes.
All right. That those people who are in your country and they are refugees and they're recognized as refugees even by the UNHCR.
They are.
Want them back home.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And these guys, without even being asked, are you okay? Would you feel comfortable going back home? They are picked up in the middle of the road from wherever they are at home. They are picked up
in concert. It was planned.
Planned, and they are handed over to the government of Turkey, from which they were running away. All right.
The Amnesty unfortunately disagrees with the government.
Of course.
Says that the incident constitutes both a breach of Kenyan and international refugee law. Amnesty said that the refugees had sought the protection of the Kenyan government and that the abductions underscore the growing concern about the safety of all refugees and asylum seekers in Kenya.
This is quite.
This one is not going to end here. No.
Even UNHCR has reacted.
Yes, they have.
Something like that.
Yes, they have.
Right?
Yes. You know, these aren't some people who fled to Kenya under some very mysterious circumstances, and they didn't come to Kenya yesterday. Okay? They've been in Kenya for some time.
And then you just suddenly picked up, not even told, you know what, the government of Turkey wants you back. Nothing like even the courts being told there's a repatriation request. So let's go in and nothing. Because the repatriation request would come in, the Attorney General would receive it, go to court and say, I have received this request from a cooperating country, a repatriation. We have actually have a repatriation agreement with this country called Turkey. And they have asked to take so and so, so and so, so and so. Court, please allow me to hand them over to nothing.
We have around 780,000 refugees in this country. Now, are we saying, therefore, that if some other country that has their citizens in this country and who are refugees, that the same can be expected? The country asks to have them back. And some of them are political refugees, meaning they're actually not wanted in their country by those in power. So what do? Are we saying that we are seeing this is a foretaste of things to come? That so long as you have this understanding with this country, we will be abducting refugees on behalf of our country and sending them back to their country. Is that what we're saying? Or are we saying there's a lot more to this story that we don't know? Then is it not possible for us then to be told so that we also understand what this a lot is all about? I Suru. It is like that.
Hiya. Tell us that other story then of the Treasury abetting that huge amount of money in those Adani
This
deals.
one I will read for you so that you understand it, all right?
Yes, please.
Yes, this is what they say. A clause in the law has formed the basis upon which at least 4 controversial multi-billion shilling contracts have been anchored. Okay? Now, what the stories are, let me just read it for you. It is as follows. Am I on the right track? Yes, I am. When the Public Procurement and Disposal Act first came into effect on January the 1st, 2007, it was praised as a game changer in the war on tender corruption. But the legislation, which received local and international acclaim for its attempts to curb graft in lucrative public tenders, also introduced a back door through which the government agencies could secretly enter into negotiations without going through the competitive process. That is essentially what they're saying.
Now I want to hear how Adani and 435 billion shillings has been eaten by Treasury.
Oh, it hasn't been eaten. It hasn't been eaten. I think you mentioned it earlier on. It actually is also mentioned in the Standard.
It's a betting.
Yes. What they are doing is this. There are alternatives that are given in this particular 2007 act, okay? You can choose what it is that you want, the model, the structure that you wish to procure with. Now, the ones which are not normally mentioned, it's one of those is what the Treasury has used. Meaning they do not...
In these 4 contracts.
Yes. If you remember what you read, you know, we know of PPPs, okay? But now it turns out they are special PPPs. And legally, they are
allowed.
Yes, they're allowed. Legally.
So it's not a public tender.
No.
Decide to specially go into the
when they call it a backdoor, it means you can avoid all these rat traps that normally exist.
I'm sure the law, though, makes provisions for when to enter into through that back door.
Usually what the law does, not only does it give those provisions, it also tells you the circumstances under which you can use that. Okay? Now, as to whether this was done, I'm afraid that we do not know for now. But this matter is in court. And we will hear more about this when it gets to when people make their presentations and they argue about what it is they feel was done wrong in these arrangements.
This would be quite an interesting one, yes, because, I mean, it opens the door to the kind of laws that are made. You know, sometimes you just see a law being passed in Parliament and there's a clause that people don't even think about, even MPs don't even consider. But that is actually put there by merchants, knowing that one day we can use it.
You know, the person who opened my eyes to this, Eric, is actually you. Some 2 years ago, when we were discussing, it's in the Uhuru era, it was more than 2 years ago, when we were looking again at some of the deals that had been conducted and were being told it is legal. And he said something called an omnibus. You are busy arguing about this, then they say, okay, we're withdrawing it. And they bring it back withdrawn. But there are many other instruments that are in there that you do not know about.
You don't even think about them at all.
Yes.
But there's a guy who actually inserted it there.
Who knows?
3 years from today.
Yes.
This thing.
Yes. So when you pass what you think is agreeable, you've passed very many other things you have no idea about.
Yeah.
And then come a time when now it pops its head and says, no, this can't be true. And you're like,
it's in the law.
But just have a look, please.
Yeah, that's the law.
Yes. Now this is where we blame Parliament. You know, I was thinking about this over the weekend, and I was realizing when some of the things that Parliament allows, and when you look at the harm that it then unleashes on the unsuspecting citizenry, it actually constitutes a crime. We often think about charging people with economic crimes. I think we should not. No, what we should do, these people should be charged with treason. Because if you look at the definition of treason, okay, somebody who is acting against the interests of the nation. And in our nation, when you think of the nation, you think of the sovereign. When you think of the sovereign, you think of the people. So when somebody acts in a manner that runs contrary to the interest of their people and does so blatantly, to the point where the citizenry is harmed, that person is being treasonous. It's not just a simple crime. No, it is not. Because the harm that is caused is profound. It's absolutely profound.
Big time.
Yes.
Big time. Let me tell you, there's a very, 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 let's just call it a sad story, all right? So there are two stories on page 10 of the Standard. I'm going to read both of them. How ex-Salonist facilitated human trafficking ring. On August 23rd, 2022, Ian Gethenji left Nyeri for JKIA, optimistic about his journey to Thailand for a job. The 23-year-old had secured a visitor's visa through Eunice Wairimu Karwenji, a former Salonist turned employment agent. 47-year-old Wairimu was working as a sub-agent for Frige Company, a firm located in downtown Nairobi, until she was jailed last week for 10 years with the option of paying a fine of 4 million shillings. Gethenji had paid 185,000 shillings for the visa and Wairimu's commission. However, his flight was aborted when Qatar Airways demanded 129,000 shillings, a fee required for anyone traveling to Thailand with a visitor's visa before they are checked in. Can you imagine? To go to Thailand, you don't just go like that, go. No. So this guy, Gethenji, had paid 185k. When he gets there, Qatar Airways says you need 129,000. Before obtaining the visa, Wairimu had accompanied him to the Thai embassy in Nairobi. She also had him take a typing test in her office before admitting him to a WhatsApp group that included 2 foreigners and an interpreter known only as Wycliffe. Gethenji was assured that he would receive a work visa once he arrived in the Southeast Asian country. So the first one that he had was a tourist visa. On his second attempt to leave via JKIA 2 days later, Gethenji was removed from the plane by an immigration officer who informed him that Thailand was unsafe. Perhaps fortune was on Gethenji's side, as his visa and ticket would have led him to slavery under the guise of seeking greener pastures. While he believed that he was traveling to Thailand unknown to him, his final destination was Myanmar. What? A country notorious for human trafficking. Gethenji was not the only person whose flight was aborted twice. James Ngunjiri was with him, also eager to leave the country after struggling to find employment. He had been introduced to Wairimu by his cousin Leah Nyambura Mudhoni, who had paid 200,000 shillings on his behalf. Ngunjiri told Kahawa Court Magistrate Boaz Ombewa that he met Wairimu in July 2022. She took him along with 6 others to the Thai embassy to process their visas. They then communicated via WhatsApp group. Their visas were ready after about 2 weeks, and they were informed that their tickets had been booked for travel the following day, August 23rd. Wairimu accompanied them to the airport on the day of travel. She provided their tickets, their hotel bookings, their travel insurance, their COVID certificates and passports. But Qatar Airways officials refused to check them in because they did not have the 129,000 bob fee. After they were turned away, Wairimu promised to resolve the issue. After about a week, she provided them with new tickets for Ethiopian Airlines. This time, they managed to check in, but once again, they did not depart, as immigration officers removed them from the aircraft moments before takeoff and handed them over to the DCI. A 2022 U.S. Department report ranked Myanmar as Tier 3 for human trafficking, with forced labor and sexual exploitation being the primary reasons. Both adults and children are affected. A UN report on human trafficking indicates that foreign victims trafficked to Myanmar are often forced to work in factories, engage in sex work, or perform domestic labor. Rosemary Kalunde was among the Kenyans who ended up enslaved in Myanmar and was subsequently jailed before her family fundraised to bring her back to Kenya. Kalunde had been referred to Wairimu by a friend. She too was desperate for a job. Wairimu promised her a customer care job in Thailand, for which she paid 180,000 shillings in commission in several installments through M-Pesa. So she's just receiving 180, this Wairimu woman. As part of the process, Wairimu personally facilitated her application for a tourist visa, again promising that Kalunde would receive a work permit once in Thailand. She traveled to Thailand on August 5th, 2022, where she was met at the airport by a Chinese man who then took her to Myanmar, where she worked as a cryptocurrency company. After working for 2 months, she discovered that the company was involved in an online scam and she decided to quit. However, when she tried to leave, the company demanded 500,000 shillings. And when she couldn't pay, they confiscated her meal card. Meal card! Fortunately, she was able to contact a woman named Nancy, who connected her to an organization that provided accommodation and helped her report the matter to the authorities. Kalunde was later arrested, charged, and jailed in Thailand. This Kalunde, the victim, she was arrested, charged, and jailed in Thailand. After serving her sentence, she was held in an immigration center until January 10th last year, when she finally returned to Kenya. Wairimu, her family and friends helped raise the money for her ticket back home. Same Wairimu, by the way, has helped to get her money for ticket to come back home. She's involved.
This story is interesting.
Kalunde explained that despite Wairimu's promise that she would receive a work permit, within 3 months of arrival, she never got the crucial document. Furthermore, she had no visa to enter Myanmar. Another victim is Winnie Njoki, who narrates that she was introduced to Wairimu by a friend named Beatrice, as she was keen to travel to Saudi Arabia. She handed over her passport and identity card to begin the process, but along the way, Njoki changed her mind and asked Wairimu to return her documents. However, Wairimu withheld her passport, demanding 40k before she would release it. In her court defense, Wairimu claimed that the victims had approached her to facilitate their travel, which she did, but they ultimately did not travel. She alleged that it was the complainants who had requested tourist visas and she merely facilitated their wishes. Magistrate Ombewa ruled that Wairimu had been obtaining money from the victims while working in cahoots with others. There's
something about this story that doesn't quite... Yes, Wairimu is being painted as a scoundrel, but scoundrels don't behave the way she has behaved. There is she actually gets tickets. You are actually supposed to travel. There's this little problem about the type of visa that you need. And I also don't understand how it is that on those occasions, immigration officers would pull these people out. What were they pulling them out of the plane for? According to that story, there's something which is complete. And it happened on more than one occasion. What really was going on here?
It's like a white dragnet. Wairimu may or may not be aware.
She may be a cog in the wheel.
Because people are told about Wairimu. And she says, 185,000 shillings, I'm going to facilitate you to get a visa. It's going to be a tourist visa. When you get there, your employer will give you will sort you out with a work permit and all those things. But then there's a crucial information that she's not telling you, because she has experienced it before. You cannot board Qatar Airways without paying the 149,000 shillings. She doesn't tell the people. On the day of boarding, of checking in, is when the officials of Qatar say there's 149,000 shillings that's required, an extra one to enter Thailand. All right? It's not explained what is this 149 for. Then she changes, she gets a ticket via Ethiopian. But still, immigration officials will come to the plane after you have already boarded the plane.
Surely,
immigration officials clear you there passport
So what happens
control
here,
and
really?
all these things, right?
Yes.
Those are immigration
That's
guys.
what I find puzzling because
Look into this
you
camera.
shouldn't have boarded that plane in the first place.
Bring your passport. Okay, do you have a visa? Let's see. Yeah. Where are you traveling to? Okay, here, go. And then once you have sat there waiting, last boarding call, you have sat, they come for you from the plane.
And you specifically?
Yes.
Of all the people in the plane?
Yes.
Why you?
These people who are going to Thailand.
It's like they were
bring
sent.
them out.
It's like they were sent.
Yeah.
Who
What is
sent?
this game? It's true what you're saying. There's more afoot here. So the other story here on the business, the Standard is victim of villain. The two sides of the jailed employment agent. When Eunice Wairimu was asked why she worked as an employment agent, she said she was helping others realize their dreams while earning commissions. The mother of two hoped to secure her own future through the income that she was generating. However, she expressed disappointment in court, claiming that the agents for whom she had secured employees had disappeared. She insisted that she was also a victim. The individuals she had allegedly conned to told a different story. They claimed Wairimu was deceptive and at times intimidating. The victims were mostly in their 20s, included men seeking jobs as receptionists, while women were looking for house help jobs in the Gulf. Ian Gedenji, for example, from Nyeri, told the court that recounting his ordeal was emotionally draining. He shared how he had high hopes of reaching Thailand to earn a living. Gedenji said he had since found other means of making a living in Kenya. James Ngunjiri expressed bitterness, having paid Wairimu 200,000 shillings, money provided by his cousin. He accused Wairimu of defrauding him. Ngunjiri asked the court to impose a harsh sentence. Ironically, Wairimu's friends described her as a kind-hearted, caring mother of two who was religious. Ruth Getao, co-director of Fregis Agencies Limited, said she knew Wairimu and occasionally worked with her as a sub-agent. Getao expressed shock at Wairimu's actions and questioned why she had undertaken work through an unlicensed agency. So, this Ruth, the co-director of Fregis Agency, says Wairimu was just a sub-agent. So, not all the jobs that Wairimu was doing were through this Fregis. Because that's Ruth is saying, why was she doing some work through unlicensed agencies?
Does it also not indicate to you that perhaps Wairimu, there's a side where Wairimu knew exactly what she was doing, but these hiccups may also tell you that she wasn't very well versed in this particular field. You know why I say this? And then again, this is where the government comes in. Surely, we have countries with whom our government has an understanding when it comes to the exportation of labor, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, in these countries that people claim that they are able to take people, okay, if the government has now unearthed this and they're saying, yes, this person ought to go to jail, surely of all the agencies that we have and all the scandals we've had regarding young people being taken abroad, why are we still hearing of these cases?
I keep asking about the National Employment Authority because that is the body. Do you even know who the CEO is of that?
I have no idea, really.
Have you ever heard of the National Employment Authority chairperson?
No. Board?
No. Do you know anyone?
No, I don't.
That thing exists. And they tell you, go to nair.go.ke, you'll find a list of all the licensed agents. All right? They are seeing so many people. These ones are here going to Thailand, to Myanmar through Thailand, which ends up being human trafficking. There are others who are calling people, so you'll go to Canada, so you'll go to Europe.
Or you go to the Scandinavian countries.
Yeah. There's somebody here who's saying that they were conned, they paid 150,000 shillings to go somewhere. They did not end up going. And then, in fact, that embassy has now banned them. You cannot apply for a visa here for the next 5 years.
What did they do wrong?
Same games.
Oh. But surely.
Same games. Paid an agent. Agent tells you, okay, so I can help you secure a passport. They go to they get like a fake visa.
Eric, you know the amounts of money that we're talking about.
So that
here?
information heads back now into the embassy. The embassy is like, but wait, how are you getting these visas? These are fake visas.
Yes. We are the ones who issue visas, and we didn't issue these.
In fact, we have blacklisted you. Please don't come asking to go to our country. And it's because of these agencies. There are many in downtown Nairobi. The National Employment Authority, of course, has heard of this from DCI, because DCI are dealing with these cases all the time.
Yes.
Why has National Employment Authority not done anything? Why is it not actually coming out to speak out in the media and saying, please do not? Why? Kazi yao ni gani?
My friend, and the amounts that you talk of, it is heartbreaking. Do you know what people go through to raise that money?
200,000 shillings. Is somebody saying, this is a cousin of mine who contributed for me this money? This is crazy, man.
It's utter madness.
It's no news time, 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Billed as the final intervention aimed at saving Rigathi Gachagua from impeachment, today's decision by a 3-judge bench is a do-or-die for the impeached Deputy President. The Justice Eric Ogola-led bench, which also has Justices Anthony Murima and Frida Mugambi, is expected to rule on whether to vacate or extend conservatory orders restraining the assumption of office by Kithure Kindiki after his nomination as Deputy President was approved by the National Assembly on Friday.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Yeah. So, apologies for that technical issue. Leo Baga will have the news coming in the next hour. Thika super high. We're heading towards town. It has started doing the thing that normally does. Remember, today is the Monday, that's a Tuesday. So, the traffic is stretching all the way to KCA University into town. Kiambu Road is starting to build up, but it's moving. Landis Road is busy as you approach, of course, that market. What did we agree that market is called, City?
Which one?
The one at the end of Landis Road. At the beginning of that retail market. Is it called, actually, I think it's called retail market.
It's retail market, but it doesn't have, it's not Kenyatta, it is not Moi, it is not...
I think it's actually called retail market. I think the signboard outside is called retail.
It's retail market.
It's retail market.
Yes.
Yeah. So retail market, that other roundabout.
Yes, they failed to have somebody to name it after.
Because then the other one is Wakulima, and Wakulima is supposed to be now the wholesale market.
Wakulima is the wholesale market.
Haya, Jogoo Road heading towards town is busy at Makadara, and then as you approach Likoni Road around Church Army, thereafter it moves, you'll find no traffic at all. Mombasa Road heading towards town is okay, just the Imara Daima usual nonsense. Of course, you know, I'll always talk about Kenha and this section of the road as you get into General Motors, and now the contractor has dug up the road. I don't know what's happening.
Well, there's one just near us here who's also doing something similar. But anyway, go on.
It's the same contractor.
Oh, same contractor?
Same.
All right.
Remember Uhuru got his road, the expressway?
Yes.
He left us with the nonsense down
and
here.
he said they'll sort out that
They'll
nonsense.
sort it out, araka.
As we speak, it has not been sorted.
They said they are giving 8 billion shilling contract. They never did.
Nine.
Kipchumba Murkomen came and said, 9 billion shillings. No, we're not going to do 9 billion. In fact, because there is no money, we'll do 3 billion shillings. And
As we speak.
Yes. 2 contractors were given this road. Now, they dug up. Now there's another one who's dug up.
At least the thing they do,
they dig
at
up.
least they park those earth movers near the gate.
And they dig.
Yes, and they dig, and then that's it. And then they disappear again, and then they reappear. Anyway, go on. That's how best to build a road.
North Airport Road is busy at City Cabanas, and then as you get into Mombasa Road, Langata Road is all right, heading towards town, so it's not so bad. Even as you get to T-Mall or elsewhere, even Bagathi is okay. Coming towards town from Westlands, you will find the traffic at the usual area, which is as you enter into the expressway and coming all the way to the mall in Westlands. Thereafter, nothing else. So let's see how it will be looking like in about half an hour.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 after 7, how are you doing? Welcome to the second half. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. This is The Situation Room. Happy Tuesday. It's a short week, so if you're thinking that it's Monday, no, it's not. Monday was yesterday, and you were enjoying yourself, and now the week has begun. Karibu sana. We are marking a short week, and also we are celebrating a company called Tala. You know Tala City? Tala la 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 la. So Tala started as Mkoporahisi a decade ago. They are actually marking 10 years in business in Kenya. What does Tala do? It offers loans. Over 500 billion shillings in loans disbursed, helping people manage their businesses, school fees, medical expenses, name it. And with footprints now in the Philippines, Mexico and India, that is impact for Tala, which is global. 10 years in this market city.
10 years is a long time.
Is not a short time.
And for you to have a footprint in more than one continent, it means that you have a product that people actually find useful.
Yes.
A product they can connect with.
Yes.
And a product that they want to use not just once, twice, thrice. Yes.
So Tala is a mobile lending app. Now download it please from Google Play. Right, and you'll find it only on Google Play. So download it on Google Play. One of the good things about Tala is when there was a proliferation of this mobile lending, you know, the people now started complaining. Now we have some that are predators, some that would do those things that are just unthinkable. Just because you borrowed money from them, now they start adding you into a WhatsApp group with your family and telling everybody, this guy owes us money. Mulipe ama tusifanye nini, right? Tala is not among those that were doing that kind of nonsensical business. In fact, Tala led in saying we need to be regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Yes.
And so they were part of those that were saying, let's work on drafting the regulations. Let us work with the Central Bank in drafting regulations. Let's work with the Central Bank in getting all of us under the ambit of the regulator, the Central Bank of Kenya. So obviously then Tala was among those that were first registered by the Central Bank of Kenya as regulated lenders.
They took it even further. They also registered the data commissioner. So there are all these efforts are to assure you, the individual who wants to do business with them, that they are above board and that they are regulated.
Yes,
they're not just these fly-by-night outfits. They are not just these briefcase type financial things and whatever you call it.
Yes,
no. They're the real deal.
They are.
Yes,
they are, and they will not just share your data willy-nilly like that.
No, they will not.
That's why they are also licensed by the data commissioner.
Yes.
Okay, so they are working under the ambit. So Tala, is it? Download Tala today and enjoy their services. For the next 1 hour, we look at what's happening in the country. So, politics versus the law. There's an unprecedented battle that's going to be taking place in the courts today. We saw it's a culmination of a political contest that was there in Parliament, in the National Assembly, in the Senate. It's still going on. The National Assembly has already approved President Ruto's nominee for next deputy president, in record time. Honorable members, I was given, it's okay, yes. Let me read the name. No, it's fine, yes. Honorable members, okay. The ayes have it. And that was it. That time, Gachagua is with Dr. Dan Gekonyo. Then Gachagua comes out on Sunday and says, I cannot believe that this could happen. I cannot believe. So the question we are asking today, should Gachagua just look back and see, like he said, the relationship between him and his boss is irretrievably broken, right? This one is gone, right? Should he just say, he imeenda?
Eric, we've seen ugly divorces in politics. Anyone who thinks that there's an element of permanence in these things has not even begun to understand our politics. No. Just like me, I have no clue what is actually going on.
Yeah, you don't know.
No, I don't. I am seeing court cases. I am seeing people going to I am seeing all these things. But I honestly don't know what is going on.
You don't get it.
No, what's in the public domain is a symptom, a sign of what's going on. But what's actually going on, I cannot claim to actually know.
We've invited Herman Manyora to come so we can also hear his thoughts on this. Herman, good morning.
Morning to you.
How you doing?
Wow, wonderful. Glad to be here.
Glad to be here.
But I'm not happy that the lady's not here. Last time I was here, she wasn't.
She's listening and she knows and she hears.
She's enjoying. Let the lady relax. Let her recharge
in
her
Ogaland or
wherever she's been everywhere. She went to Ogaland to witness the coronation of her uncle as a king.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes.
Congratulations.
She's royalty, Bana.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so next time you see her here, treat her as the royalty that she is.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
So karibu sana.
Asante.
Siti will give you the day's proverb. But before he does that, he'll also remind you, it's important to think about your health. And I think the last time you were here, we talked about the same thing. The Aga Khan University Hospital is saying, do not wait until you are brought to hospital. Come for medical checkups as regularly as possible. And in fact, now that we have 43 specialist clinics, 53, please go to any of them and you'll get a medical checkup.
They're called specialty clinics, but if you look at the services they offer, it is actually hospital service. But they're saying, look, there is a traditional manner in which people receive or procure health care. You go to the hospital if you're very unwell, you are domiciled there, and then you convalesce, and over time then they send you home. They're saying, look, if indeed you have been to hospital, you don't need to stay in hospital, you can go home. And the services that would have been provided for you at the hospital will be provided for you at home. If you require medication, it will be brought to you. If you want tests, units will be sent that will test you. Lab work will be done, the results brought back for you. If it's physiotherapy that you needed, it will be conducted for you in the comfort of your home. If you need care from a medical doctor, you will receive it. If you need care from a nurse, you will receive it. Again, at home. Now, this is taking healthcare beyond the boundaries that we know it, but to a destination that will suit you best, and we call it the comfort of your home. Now, that's what they're saying. And before you get there, they're saying, don't wait until you fall sick. Go and find out how exactly you are. And that's why these 53 outlets that they have, that's why they have specialists, not one, not two, not three, not four, not five, in these very, very outlets, so that anything that you may require, anything that you may need being taken care of, they will do so. If they cannot, you will then be referred to the main hospitals.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So, give Manyora the day's proverb. This week, we have been looking at proverbs from the Maghreb.
Yes.
Last week we were in the People's Democratic Republic of
Algeria.
Yes. And today, this week, we
are in the Republic of Tunisia.
Yeah, in the People's Democratic Republic.
There are people there, but they don't want to emphasize the people. And they are a democracy, but they also don't want to emphasize the democracy. So they're just the Republic of Tunisia.
Okay.
It is Africa's most northernest. That is my country. You don't get more north than Tunisia. All right. An interesting country, this one. These Maghreb countries are very interesting. The natives of Tunisia are actually Berbers. And you find them right across the Maghreb. But they're not the most popular.
As in Waoni Kinyozi?
BER.
Oh.
Okay. So wale ambao wanakunyoa nywele.
Okay.
Yes, they're the natives.
Okay.
But the Phoenicians, people who decided to move there over the years, ended up there, and they are by far, no, they're not the majority. Right now, the majority are actually Arabs. Okay? All right. I'll go into the details later. Even if he wears a valuable harness, the donkey does not turn into a racehorse.
Even if he wears a valuable harness, the donkey does not turn into a racehorse. Herman, what's your interpretation of this proverb?
I think basically it's about outward appearances. It's about what Jesus said, washing the outside of a cup and leaving the inside. And you basically don't change who you are through ornaments and things of that nature. Yes.
You are still who you are.
Yeah, you're still who you are.
Hata ujipambe vipi.
So it's better to concentrate with the inside. Yes.
Very nice. That's a good one. City says he doesn't understand what's going on.
He doesn't
when
understand.
he look at politics.
And I don't blame him.
Do you get what's going on?
I do have an idea.
What's going on?
A rough idea, not quite a clear idea. I know there is politics. The politics to remove Rigathi Gachagua from office. And an attempt to do it through the provided avenue, but making a big mess of it. And as a result, giving Rigathi Gachagua an opening to challenge the impeachment in our courts. And thereby raising a lot of problems for everybody. Because impeachment is a political process. Ideally, at the end of it all, one Senate finds a governor unfit to hold office. That should be it. The president, that should be it. Deputy, that should be it. But because the people impeaching Gachagua are in a hurry to do so, they have made a lot of mistakes along the way. There are so many flaws along the way. Not even to mention the flimsy grounds upon which he is being impeached. Because that's not an issue. This is a political. Even if they don't like your face, you can be impeached. But they are compelled by the people of this country through the constitution. They gave themselves to do so in a manner provided for by the law. But what is even more serious for the impeachment cartel is that you see, the people are not convinced. One, they are not convinced about the urgency of this. They don't see it as important. The people of this country. They don't think this is urgent. And they think there are much more important things. And secondly, the reasons for impeaching Gachagua, much as they are not important because this is an impeachment, the people are not convinced those reasons, those grounds make sense. So here are people forcing an impeachment on the people of Kenya. And the people are saying we are not happy with this. Even those who don't like Gachagua. People don't have to like Gachagua. They just don't like what's going on. And I think that's the situation we find ourselves in.
You're saying,
summary.
that those...
And I hope CT has now understood.
You're saying that those who are pushing for the removal of the deputy president
Yes.
have made a mess of it?
Yes.
How so?
I've told you first to begin with the grounds themselves and how they are prosecuted. Even if everybody knows about what has gone on in the process of prosecuting this case, both in the National Assembly and in Senate. But much more critical in terms of the speed with which the whole thing is happening. Gazette notices at night and think that they're in a hurry. So you find there are a lot of flaws in that manner. Look, one glaring one, a man falls sick. Whether you think he's feigning sickness or not is not within our province to say. And you say this process must go on. And among the people saying this process must go on, even if the main person who should be testifying is in hospital. What baffles people, this is coming from people like Orengo. It is so what is the hurry? If a man is admitted in hospital, like we all could be admitted in hospital, what is the hurry for? There are no timelines. So for people who are respected, like senior lawyers, to come and tell the country that there are timelines, this thing is time bound, when it's not true. Even if it were time bound, they were still up to Saturday, going by their 10 days, which is even wrong. But even if it is also 10 days, you could even open it up and say Saturday is a holiday, Sunday is a holiday, Monday is a holiday. So there is no escape route. There was nothing like 10 days.
There was no reason
time
to
bound.
finish it on Thursday.
So whichever way you look at. So these are the things that are irritating the citizens of this country. Not because they love Gachagua. Many of them don't, frankly speaking.
But, City, do you now understand then what's going on? Because the bottom line of this is, why remove the deputy president? What really is the reason? Like
Politics.
you said,
that's politics.
Like you said, the charges that were brought, one looks at them and you're like...
There isn't one that anybody sensible can come and sit with us here and tell us, Manyora, this one is a ground for impeachment. Much as, like I must say this repeatedly, impeachment is a political process. You could impeach CT because you don't like his face.
But that's not provided for in law.
You can find a way of calling it. You can find a way.
Gross
because the way he
violation.
smiled and the way he frowned when he met the president, that is enough to impeach. It shows his intent. Yeah. So you can say anything about impeachment everywhere in the world. The grounds are really not important. But in this particular context, because of the charged politics in this country, because of the ethnic configuration of this country, it is always important. And I'm addressing myself to the future of this, in the matters of this impeachment. In the future, before you impeach a president or a deputy president, please just understand what country we are. There are so many flashpoints in this country. So what you do, look for really reasons, even if it's one, and then impeach somebody. Don't go fishing for things, because then you are going to... Nobody will believe you. But again, like I've said, those processes, the way they are hurried, denying Gachagua the chance to come and tell his story to Senate, and so on and so forth. Yeah, and look at public participation. They themselves invited public participation. Nobody. It's not written anywhere that during impeachment you must have public. It's not written anywhere. They invited them. They know that in the recent past, legislation has been overturned by the courts on the basis of there having been no public. So there is. They want to forestall that by going for public participation. Then they make a mess of that public participation. So, I mean, they have a problem. Look at the appointment of Kindiki itself, nomination of Kindiki. They know there's no IBC. Nobody asked them to go to IBC, but they went there. So they have been inviting problems for themselves. Finally, so that CT may be a good student and get an A, what you are saying, the cumulative effect of all these is that we enter into a minefield called litigation. So people are going to go to court now. So that now City Muga knows really what is happening. You are putting the judiciary in a very difficult place. Because ideally, judiciary should not interfere with the politics. Because politicians are bad manners. If you follow them, you'll also get dirty But now the judiciary is finding itself in a very difficult situation because they must enter a field where they shouldn't enter. Because there's no way they will come here unscathed. They will actually be affected. They will be muddied. Whichever way they rule or they determine these issues.
You know, the thing I find confusing, and I found confusing for a while, every time we talk of our politics and then academicians weigh in and we start talking about the structure of our politics, whether it is centric, whether it is democratically centric, whether it has a social leaning. And then I look at our lived reality and I realize that's not quite. You see, the reality of our politics is that each and every political party is a business enterprise.
Correct.
And everything that is done, and even the problems that arise and that we refer to as political problems, they're not political problems in my opinion. They are business problems. Because everything that you hear being leveled against the deputy president, if we balance it against what it is that the protests were for, the Sufria on the head protests, the Gen Z protests, what were those? Those were economic issues that we were complaining about, but then they were politicized because the moment you demonstrate, the economic issue has gone to the streets and you're demonstrating. It's an issue that we know it's a genuine issue, it's a tangible issue. Then these matters go to court. Now, in what form do they go to court? Our constitution allows our courts to have a say in some of these things, like we are told the processes. Now, if everything in our economy, anything that is termed as being political, has a very strong economic basis, then why are we focusing on talking about the politics of it when the reality is not the politics? And why do I say this? We've had heated discussions and disagreements of this nature before. We've even had situations where people have been killed in large numbers because it is said it was political or politically instigated. But if you look at the root of it, the economics of it, some claiming this land is theirs and other people have occupied it. That's not political. You're talking economics. And then we look at the balkanization, or we look at the associations that people have and what we call political formations. Again, at the center of it, what is it? Is it politics? It's certainly not politics. Now, the deputy president made the mistake of telling the whole country in the world this particular reality. When talked about shareholding, that is what he did. And he was not wrong. There are certain cardinal sins that one must not commit because there are rules that govern the economic and the business principles that we have in this country that are best manifested in what we call our politics. The things you don't say. The things you don't make public.
But he's a truthful man of God.
So let me ask you, City. Okay, so all that, it's economy coming into politics, it's truthful, so what is the reason for this breakup of relations between, because this is it is William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua. What is the issue?
If you ask me,
or do you think the issue it's not even them?
The issue is money. I don't know how it is that it has come in. When I don't understand, I'm trying to figure out what exactly have they quarreled over. Because, Eric, I don't understand, I honestly don't understand how it is a sitting president will allow a process which will shine this spotlight on him as much as it's on his deputy, and a parliament that starts a process that will shine this spotlight again on them, and in the most adverse way possible. You see my confusion? Why are you allowing us to see you in a light you'd prefer us not to see you in?
That's the question.
Because that's what they've done.
That's the question. Even in a simple thing, I was saying, you send Gachagua staff on compulsory leave.
Surely.
Constructive dismissal. But that's not even what we are getting, apart from the unfairness of it all. Bordering stupidity, actually. people get to ask, you mean there were this number of people in Gachagwa's office? Busybodies? People who inherited a government, they told you the government was broke, and they were able to pump so many people in an office.
And we were paying
busybodies, holding titles which professionals in this country can only dream of. They are people well-trained, well-educated, with experience, dreaming to get to job group SOT, and they are not, and they are retiring down there. And here are busybodies being just pumped there and given.
STU.
So people are asking, what is all this? So you are right, Muga. You make people see things and say, what's wrong with these fellows?
You're airing your dirty linen.
Yes, you
in
see,
public.
When Gachagua speaks outside Karen Hospital, certain things come out. And like you say, spotlight on the president. People say, can a human being do this to another human being? What Gachagua did is not important at that time. The public seeing that lady with her tears are not bothered about the other things behind. No. Because pirates occasionally throw each other in the sea. There's no honor among thieves, you know that, eh? But that is not what people are looking at. What the human eye is now picking, and it bites the heart. What comes out is what they are now seeing, that image. And they conclude that Ruto is not a good man. They are not interested, and they don't even bother about what could have led Ruto into doing that, because then he has not told people why. And even if you said, some people say like there can be no reason big enough for you to treat another human being in that manner. You know, you see, like even from a very professional way, you cannot withdraw somebody's security, because security is not a privilege. I think Kenyans must understand that. Any of us can apply for security, and our risk will be assessed. And we shall be given or not given on the basis of that assessment. And how many of the guards we get will depend on that assessment. You may not qualify. I may qualify. You may qualify. I get 2, you get 5.
Yeah.
You remember the saga between Ruto and Matiang'i?
Yeah.
So how do you expose a deputy president? Sure, if it is true, he doesn't have, and the family is driving him, optics in a small car. These are, and they will do that. They will use those optics. So it's also true that, like you, Muga, a lot of things don't make sense.
There's a lot going on. There are those who have said that maybe this is just smoke and mirrors. Divert attention of the public towards something.
All along I thought so.
Diffuse something else.
Until I've seen, if they are still acting, they must be, what award is this? It's Oscar award. They must get something. If it is true they are acting. Remember the Uhuru, Raila, Ruto circus game. Up to now, nobody can tell me they know what happened. Was Uhuru actually genuine? Did he actually support Raila? Or was it a game involving Ruto and Uhuru? Or was it in fact a game involving the three? You can't tell. This is politics. And it won't be the first time. I'm a student of history, and I know things like those have happened elsewhere. So even now, it is quite possible, like you say, these guys are acting.
That's what they call the long game.
But when I look how far it has gone,
it's
I begin to doubt that they could be acting. They can't be this smart.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they are not smart. I'm only saying they can't be this smart.
Let's take a break. It's 28 minutes to 8. Our guest this morning is Hyman Manyora, political analyst. He's here. We are asking ourselves, so what's going on in the country? And actually the main question today is, should Gachagua then read the room and just see, okay, this one is gone? Should he read the room and say, fine, let me live to fight another day elsewhere? Or should he continue fighting it here? We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hii September, endelea kufurahia na Star Times. Renew your subscription today on the basic bouquet for 750 shillings for aerial decoders. Enjoy lots of fun and adventures on our kiddie channels. Let your favorite stars make your heart flutter on our world-class telenovelas. Renew your subscription on the Smart Bouquet for 1,199 shillings for satellite decoders for unmissable football action on the Carabao Cup, Saudi League, La Liga, and the Bundesliga. Music, movies, documentaries, and lifestyle channels. Download Star Times on app today on Google Play Store or the Apple Store to never miss a moment of your favorite shows. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
The weather with SpiceFM.
It's warming up in Nairobi, currently at 16. Expect highs of 25 later today. It's sunny in Kakamega, highs of 28. Sunny in Mombasa, highs of 31. Sunny in Eldoret, highs of 24. Sunny as well in Nyeri, highs of 25. Sunny in Nakuru, highs of 25. Sunny in Malindi, highs of 31. Sunny in Kisumu, highs of 30. Sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 25. Cloudy in Kampala, highs of 27. Cloudy as well in Lagos, highs of 31. Partly sunny in Mogadishu, highs of 31. Addis Ababa, partly sunny, highs of 22. Sunny in Dar es Salaam, highs of 31. Paris is mostly cloudy at 11, highs of 17. It's sunny in Beijing, highs of 14. It's cloudy in London, highs of 16. And New York, it's clear skies tonight at 19, highs of 26 later.
Spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life.
Let's begin with Thika Superhighway and Kiambu Road. That Thika Superhighway is crazy. It stretches all the way back to near Safari Park Hotel coming towards town. So you'll find traffic along Garden City Mall. You'll find it all the way to Allsops plus Outer Ring Junction. You'll come with it all the way to Pangani. And on Kiambu Road, it'll be beyond the DCI headquarters coming towards that interchange as well in Pangani on Thika Superhighway. Be patient. When you get into Limuru Road, you'll not find much traffic, just a little bit of traffic that's happening around this is 4th and 5th Parklands Avenue, just a bit of traffic there at City Park as the entrance. If you come towards town from Westlands, you'll find the traffic on Muga Green, and then you'll find it all the way coming up to the mall thereafter it clears. In Ring Road, both Ring Road Westlands and Ring Road Parklands, those are okay. James Gishuru Road is fine, and then Lower Kabete Road is actually all right. Langata Road heading towards town. Let's look at it. Langata Road is okay. It's beginning at... No, it's not okay. It begins at the interchange. That's just around the Carnival stage coming all the way towards T-Mall Junction. You will find quite a bit of traffic. Ngong Road is moving. Mombasa Road heading towards town. Imara Daima, as usual, is doing the Imara Daima thing. But North Airport Road is getting crazy. Be patient.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
This morning it's Eric and CT Ndu is still away. So Herman.
Yes.
Should Rigathi Gachagua read the room and just see? Like he said when he spoke outside Karen Hospital, he said clearly this one is coming from the president himself. This is all sanctioned by the president himself.
I think politics is a war. Politicians are perpetually at war against each other and so on and so forth, which is normal really. So to ask Gachagua to leave home, to leave the arena and walk home is to ask him not to be a politician. So long as he's a politician, he will stay in the ring and fight until he's knocked down. They count 1 to 10. Politicians don't just take a walk; they fight. So we expect him to continue fighting. If there was a time he would have left, it was a time before the process got into a point where somebody could call a point of no return. Meaning, like people have always argued that if you are impeached, you can't run for office, at least not in the near future. Yeah. That is the time he would have resigned. But now, what is there to gain by resigning? But basically, being a politician, he will fight to the bitter end.
To what end?
To the bitter end.
What does he gain?
There are many things to be gained. Top on the list is that there is always a chance he can succeed and remain the deputy president. That's worth fighting for. Okay? You can also fight to prove a point. You can also fight so that you don't give your opponent the pleasure of walking off laughing and enjoying that he has crushed you. But there are big ideals for which he can fight. He can fight for the Constitution. Because there are many people, I included, I'm sure you are included. We want to stretch our constitution and see the limit. Let's see how it can go. We want to look at our laws. We are looking at our lawyers. Is it just the English and the good suits, or there's something about them? We want to see something among our lawyers. They say jurisprudence. We want to see it grow. We want the law to grow. We want to see
our judges.
Can our judges stand for this country? Can they stand for the Constitution? Can they work without fear or favor? I understand the Chief Justice today is meeting the President on the matters of intimidation of the judges over this. We want to see how far can the judges withstand the heat from State House. This is what is seeing. There can be no better time to be alive in Kenya than now.
That's all good
so
for us
that,
as spectators.
We want to cheer on Gachagua.
It's all good for us as spectators.
Cheer him on. Let him go on. Let him help us see whether our Constitution can be lived.
At what personal costs?
To who?
To Gachagua himself.
The moment you
look at what Dr. Gikonyo said. He said, among the things that you must consider is that even cardiologists now accept that there's a condition called broken heart.
Yes.
That you go through such pressure and such disappointment that it actually causes you bodily harm.
But even love causes you such...
Exactly.
So
it's extreme emotions.
Exactly.
Yeah, those are things that happen to us but the scale varies.
That extreme emotion, we have seen the scale. It has taken Gachagua to hospital.
Yes.
He has been admitted to hospital.
Yes. Who tells you the other opponents are also having it easy?
Well, that's what I'm saying. For him, Gachagua has already seen where this could take him in terms of personal costs.
I want to tell you
So
this.
should he really continue to push against that?
He should continue, and I'm sure he will continue. You've seen a politician in Parliament coming to take oath of his office with oxygen. Yes, God rest his soul, he later passed on. You see, the moment you enter politics, there are certain risks you must be prepared for, including your own health. Let me tell you this. Many of the politicians we have in this world, let's talk about this country, have diseases which you don't need Gikonyo to tell you, which you can directly attribute to the engagement. These are the hazards in politics. Yeah. Including your lifestyle, including developing diabetes because you don't have time to eat. There are many stretches you go through without eating. Then you trigger things in the body and you get diabetes, which you may not have even gotten, like Manyora got naturally perhaps. So these are the hazards of that profession. It's a profession with hazards. One of them is that your personal health comes second. Your family comes third.
What? If you look at our politics, there are two qualities that I see as very eminent. One, it's an addiction.
Correct.
Because you have to ask, people who go into politics, let's take the example of somebody who say has won once and loses again. There are those who look and say enough, but the vast majority don't.
They don't. And if you looked at politics rationally, then you'll be like us who have not entered.
Yes.
Don't I look like a politician? Why have I not gone for politics? Because you look at it rationally. And the sort of things I see people going through, I feel I'm not prepared to go through. So then I'm not a politician to that extent. But there's those, like Muga says, who either don't see, don't care, or they see, you know.
And that's what addiction does for you.
Once you are there, you are there.
See, it blinds you to everything else. And then there's a second quality. Contamination. Our politics contaminates you. We keep asking, what happens to people when they get into politics? They've been contaminated.
Correct.
They it's not even change. They metamorphosize. They become somebody completely different. And it's the only time you see the person you knew before is when they're no longer in politics.
Yeah. Correct. Looking miserable now.
Yes.
So let Gachagua fight. We shall cheer him on. If we had support, we would give him. Because through this, we are going to learn a lot of things. And let me tell you this. in the year 2007 and 2008, we almost lost our country. This is the closest we came to losing our country. God has always been with us. We still have our country. But we looked and said, look, why are we walking like this? At any time, this country can disappear from the face of the earth. So what did we do? We said, why were people slashing each other? It's because there was no police they could trust that will be neutral. So we say we are going to have a new police force. What have we done to ourselves? We have bastardized the police. Is that not true? Even the process of selecting an IG whom we thought would be independent and they need not have been policemen, we bastardized it. That was a key cog at Serena in the discussions. What else did we say? Why do people fight during elections? Because there's no neutral arbiter. So what did we give ourselves? We gave ourselves the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has been put to test. And I'm sad to announce to Kenyans that it has been found wanting. And you can go on and on. All these institutions we gave, we said, look here, this imperial presidents, how do we check it? We gave ourselves devolution. The governors have turned into thieves. So devolution may be bearing a few fruits, but it's not giving us what we thought, especially, just a moment, especially in terms of checking on the excesses of the presidents. But the most important institution we gave ourselves and gave all the power to that institution was Parliament. We knew these are the people we put there. These are the only people with the power to check on the other two. What have they done? They have turned themselves into boys. You see them cheering over a matter that could land this country right in the deep of the Indian Ocean. Sink it, and you don't see it on the face of the world. They are cheering like children. They have been given 60 days to process a nomination from the president of a replacement for Gachagua. They want to do it in minutes. They have been given 60 days, and not for fun, because this is a serious undertaking. You can see them cheering and clapping and doing things like boys and girls over a matter of life and death, because the framers of the constitution did not give them 60 days to process that name from Ruto for nothing. Because you are now introducing somebody not elected by the people to be the deputy president. It's not a matter over which you can be laughing and being juvenile about. Because now this deputy president is not being elected by the people. And what is more serious, the man you are now cheering and passing in 60 seconds instead of 60 days, 60 minutes instead of 60 days, can become the president of the Republic of Kenya. Without being voted for by the people of this country. That is it cannot get more serious than that. So that parliament has let Kenyans down. So it is good that this thing plays out so that we can know, and at the right time, at the opportune time, Eric, I'm sure that time is coming, Kenyans will sit down and have a national conversation and prepare a charter to drive us into. Now we know we never trust anybody.
We can see what's working, what's not working.
What's not working. So it's good for this country. Let us stretch everything. Let's stretch it. And we thank Gachagua for that.
You know, talking of Supreme Court, sir, there are those who have said that our constitution borrowed heavily from the American Constitution. As you're speaking, it came to mind. If you look at the Supreme Court, the American Supreme Court, it is partisan. It is actually known.
Yes.
This judge leans this way, this one leans. There are no pretenses.
Yes.
So even now, if a matter were to go to the Supreme Court of America, one can actually almost predict accurately exactly what will happen, simply because it is known. And it begins from the time those judges are appointed and who is president at the time of the appointment. See, the issue of the long game. Should this thing get here, what sort of person will you have holding that particular seat?
With a minor amendment, C.T. Muga and Eric Latiff, this partisan approach to the matters of law in America, as seen in the way the Supreme Court is constituted. You remember Trump was able to put there, I think, 2 or so.
Yes.
But not when it comes for matters American. It's on matters that are that attract the partisan thinking. Do we allow for abortion?
Or not?
Are we pro-life or pro-choice? Do we allow for gay rights, and how far can we go? And that's how it is on such a basis that we have the partisan nature of the American politics. But when it comes for standing for country, the judges that Trump pushed through were not there for him. Am I wrong? They were not there for him.
Yeah.
They were there for America.
I agree.
They were not there for Trump. Including the ones he pushed down the throats of Americans. They didn't stand for him. They stood for America.
Why I brought in the issue of partisanship, I was looking at our Supreme Court and asking, what is their point, the point at which they lean? What are they partisan towards? Do they...
You can ask a man called Grand Mullah. Anaitanga
Judipesa.
And also, and I'm sorry, but it's also a question of the intellectual wherewithal, the intellectual power of an individual judge in some of these. Because again, to be educated sometimes means you can get committed to something and you can withstand pressure. And money can be put in the right perspective, that money is just money. But if you are intellectually weak,
intellectually or morally, Herman, you see, when one
they go together.
When one reads what it is that the Grand Mullah pens or what he says, and the details he goes into, one has to ask, how does he have so much information about?
But this is Kenya. What don't we know?
No. I don't. And unless someone tells me some of these things, if you ask me about the goings on in the court, I can tell you honestly, I don't know. It is what I read or what I'm told. The point I'm making is this. We all tend to be partisan, but the leaning that we are characterized with, and we also unfortunately characterize ourselves with, is tribe.
Yes, that's what you want to say.
Yes, but it is not the whole picture.
It's not the whole picture.
No, it is not. Because
people were counting during the last election. They were saying, this judge is beholden to Uhuru.
Yes.
This one, they were counting on if you look at the parameter, it was tribe.
Yes.
But it didn't work like that.
No, my point exactly. The thing that trumps everything else is money.
Money, of course. Money and tribe. Those two.
You see, I am saying money trumps tribe.
Okay. I was thinking both are, sometimes it depends. There are those who will be so inclined to tribe that no amount of money would bend them.
They're emotionally invested
in tribe.
Because of that
the tribesmen, the so-called tribesmen.
I need to be shown such individuals for me to believe that this is possible.
I think the idea is look for one who is not like that.
Yes.
You are looking for the wrong one. The one to look for is the one who is not tribally inclined.
You see, Herman, why I called our politics a contamination is because we speak from a Judeo-Christianity perspective and a morality that our constitution wanted to imbue upon us, and then I juxtapose it against our lived reality. We speak, we voice, we talk about standards, we talk about morality, but that's not our lived reality. Our lived reality is a complete contradiction of those very values. And I ask the question whenever I have an opportunity, do our political leadership understand what they're setting in motion? And I'm asking that question again now. Do they know what it is that they have set in motion right now?
The sad truth and reality is that most of these people do not have the intellectual capacity to understand some of these things. And when you even hear learned men and women, learned in the sense that they are lawyers, and learned because the papers they show us indicate they have been to school. There's no philosophical depth in what they are saying. Because even if you talk about shareholding, and you are really powerfully trying to persuade people, and you are a professor, or you have that title, and other fancy titles, and you are lawyers, you are so shallow. Because first of all, what is politics? Politics is about people. Why do people go for power? Why do you think somebody lays down their life like Latiff is saying? They even know they can die because of their health, but still want to be powerful. Which is the riskiest job in the world? Is it not the president of the US? You are at the greatest risk more than any other person in the world.
And
But
yet-
you go for it. Why? There is a power associated with it. Power to do many things, but mainly to be the guy in the kitchen and sharing the food. That's what it is, just that stupidly simple. That politics is about the power to distribute resources. So what is this shareholding nonsense we are talking about?
So let me ask then, if we move this conversation from, those who are in the room, seated at the table, and they're chairmen and women who are cheering them on, but they're all in the room.
Yes.
They're all partaking of our wealth
Yes.
and enjoying it.
Yes.
To the citizen, right?
Yes.
Should this thing matter?
It will be
because you're saying let's push it, let's do all these things, but should it really matter to the citizen?
It will be forced to matter.
How?
Because everything that happens on the political front affects all of us. We jokingly put people in office, but the policies they are put in place are going to affect us, and they are affecting us. Some of them so badly that you cannot begin to imagine that this is possibly happening to our country. And therefore, Kenyans are getting to understand the nexus between the people they put in office and their lives, and the life they live. It has been abstract, but every passing day shows them that's not true. It's not abstract, it's real. It's real. You're closing your business today because of the politics of the day. Your children are not going to school. Your university student is not in school because somebody is experimenting with that. It is real. It's not abstract anymore. So as we continue to move, and this becomes a catalyst, this impeachment is a catalyst to speed up a process that was going to happen anyway. But the speed now will change. And therefore, the abstract nature of our politics is going to disappear so fast. Every time the word politics is uttered, you look at your feet, you don't have shoes. You look at your son's feet, there are jiggers in. And you know, these jiggers are not just in the feet of my daughter. And I'm from Nyeri, and Nyeri has produced 3 presidents. No, not Nyeri, Mount Kenya. 3 presidents, 15 years, 10 years, 10 years. 20 plus 15, Zaman. 35 years. And there's nowhere in this country where there are jiggers more than Central Kenya. So it is not abstract anymore. And this impeachment is going to show Kenyans that the men and women you thought could work for you to make sure your children get good education and you yourself can access health care and not watch people die from home. These men and women are useless. The institutions you have given yourselves are not working. And believe me, you, Eric, the people of this country are going to have a national conversation. And in that national conversation, all these issues will be addressed. This constitution we shall have, my friend, will speak for the common person. It will be the first in the world to speak for the common person.
You think we're getting that critical mass?
Pardon? Oh, yeah.
Do you think you're getting that critical mass?
The Gen Z thing was just an indicator of where we are heading. So an indicator that the people of this country will no longer watch. They will no longer lie down to wait for graders to pass on them. No, they will not. Because those graders are driven by their tribesmen. They will not watch. And if you are opening your eyes, just open them and see what is taking place. The level of exposure of the evil in society. Who would have known the Adani deal was going to be exposed? In the olden days, nobody would have known.
Or if they knew, they would not have dared.
They have not. Now it is exposed. And
it's a daily
where things have reached, they can't change.
Adani, yes.
Now, the danger now is the people are going to engage in... You see, and I'm not telling the judiciary to rule in any particular way, but I'm only saying this. There are 3 ways of impeaching state officers and the state institutions. One, you can go to court and impeach a state officer, and the courts will say he's not fit to hold office and so on, or a state organ has overstretched and overstepped. 2, 2, Parliament can impeach the way they are impeaching Gachagua because you have misbehaved. 3, street impeachment. The people will impeach state officers and state institutions which fail. So, the institutions, so to speak, today are under watch. Parliament has failed. Now, the next one is the judiciary. And I'm not saying they must rule in a particular way. I'm just saying they must know the spotlight is now on them.
Yeah.
Because if I were the judiciary, I'll find a way of completely getting out of this thing. Completely.
Well, let's see. Like you've said, the political class is exhibiting its behavior and how it feels about it. So it's about the people looking at that and saying, is this what we approve of or do we not approve of?
Correct.
Do we cheer them on or do we respond? And how do we respond?
Is it a game or is it reality?
Yeah. How much of a reality is it to our lives? Thank you very much, Herman. Always a pleasure having you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, City.
Herman Manyora, political analyst, has been our guest. Keep it here. In the next hour, we have Senator Karungo Athangwa from Kiambu. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Over 960,000 KCSE candidates are set to begin their exams this morning. French, German, Sign Language, Arabic, Music and Home Science will dominate the first week of this year's KCSE examinations, set to commence across the 10,755 examination centres across the country. Speaking in Mombasa County Education, CS Julius Migos said the government is ready to ensure exams run smoothly without cases of cheating.
Tumejitayarisha kuhakikisha ya kwamba mtihani ambayo wa Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education utafanyika kwa mazingira ambayo yanafaa. Kuna wanafunzi zaidi ya 20,000 ambayo watafanya mtihani. Kitu naomba wasasi tuweke mazingira mazuri yafaayo ili wanafunzi wetu waweze kufanya mtihani wapite ili na wao watimize ndoto zao.
NART Secretary General Colin Sayu on his part has called on the government to strengthen security during this examination period, especially in areas such as Kerio Valley where there have been cases of insecurity.
Kenya National Union of Teachers would wish to ask the government to make sure that areas that don't have security, teachers and learners are kept safe for the sake of doing these exams or carrying out these exams in the way, the best and most acceptable manner with a lot of security and peace. We wouldn't like to see commotions during this time.
OU further encouraged supervisors to ensure that they comply with the examination rules without abusing or frustrating candidates.
And for those who are invigilating these exams, take it upon yourself that you are invigilating learners who have gone through hell trying to make their future. Let us be kind enough and make sure that what we do is within the common and acceptable practice within invigilation and supervision of exams.
The Ministry of Education on October 4th released new guidelines that will guide this year's assessment. Key among them, the rotation of centre supervisors who will not be allowed to sit at an examination centre for more than a week, as well as candidates having personalised question papers. The KCSE exam will run concurrently with a KPSEA assessment that begins on Monday next week. The fate of impeached Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua hangs in the balance as a 3-judge bench convenes today to hear a petition challenging the nomination of Kithure Kindiki as the Deputy President designate. The bench, comprising Justices Eric Ogola, Anthony Murima and Freda Mugambi, will determine whether to vacate or extend conservatory orders that have restrained Kindiki from assuming office. The state, through the Attorney General, is seeking to have the order obtained by Gachagua's legal team lifted to allow Kindiki's swearing in. The bench has scheduled the hearing for 11 a.m. in open court. Elsewhere, the DCI has summoned Rigathi of allegations of attempts on his life. Gachagua, speaking after he was discharged from the current hospital in Nairobi, claimed there were 2 assassination attempts on him before the impeachment was tabled in Parliament. The DCI said serious allegations emanating from a person of Gachagua's stature cannot be taken lightly, further urging him to appear at its Nairobi headquarters today to record a statement for prompt and thorough investigations.
On 30th of August in Kisumu, undercover security agents entered my room and bagged it, and one of them tried to poison my food. But we detected it and we were able to escape the scheme. I was supposed to be killed through poisoning. On 3rd of September in Nyeri, another team from the National Intelligence Service came to Nyeri and tried to poison food that was meant for me and Kikuyu Council of Elders. I did report this matter to the National Intelligence Service, and the officers who were assigned to my office, I asked them to leave because I felt I was not safe. After the 2 attempts to assassinate me through food poisoning failed, it is when this impeachment motion was hatched. When my security was withdrawn here, officers from the National Intelligence Service have been hovering in every room, in every compound here, to an extent that I had to call my wife and my children come and stay in my room just in case they get entry to my room or compromise the people who are treating me. So regarding Gachagua and his family feel very exposed because these people have tried to kill us before. So I asked President William Ruto, my brother, I helped you to be president. Leave me alone. Leave my children alone, because I was there for you when you needed somebody to be there for you.
And that's the news wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
North Airport Road. How many times did I call you? Eastern Bypass. So you're coming from Utawala, you'll find traffic come all the way with it onto Eastern Bypass up to the roundabout with the military around the barracks, and then you'll move clearly very well, and then you'll find traffic again as you approach the bend towards the Outer Ring Road interchange. You'll come with that up to City Cabanas, and then you'll find that U-turn that Ken had decided that is how you're going to enter into Mombasa Road. That's the traffic. Then you will find it along Mombasa Road, Imara Daima, up to the GM, and then it'll clear. You'll come again and find it near South Sea as you're heading towards Nyayo Stadium roundabout. You'll move with it up to Nyayo Stadium roundabout, and then it'll clear. Langata Road has been busy and bad because it stretches beyond the Southern Bypass interchange, coming all the way to Timol Junction. After Timol Junction, it moves up onto Raila Odinga Way, that's Mbagathi Way. You'll find a bit of traffic. Ngong Road towards town, you'll find traffic around what? The lights. Now, how is it looking like in Westlands coming towards town? It's crazy. It's actually really, really busy from Mogoga Green and Brookside Grove Junction coming towards the mall, and then thereafter it'll move. James Gishuru Road is actually not looking bad at all at this particular point in time. Thika Superhighway has been bad. It stretches all the way beyond the Garden City.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation.
8 minutes after 8. Good morning. Welcome to the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. Welcome from the long weekend. I hope you had a good one. It was Mashujaa, and I hope you celebrated the Shujaas in your life. Yes, as you get into this new week, we're celebrating Tala as well. 10 years in the market. 10 years of lending to people. 10 years of coming to you when you're mostly in need. And you're able then to just go into your app, You apply for a loan, you get your loan immediately, you do what you need to do, you repay in good time, and you are okay. Tala has been in this market for the last 10 years. Tala has lent people money at their biggest hours of need. So one of the stories that I had sitting was somebody who was saying that they were in hospital, right? So there, you are in hospital and you need some money. You've been told you need a deposit. The way the hospital sometimes say, kwanza weka deposit ndio tuongee. You don't have enough money for deposit. And so you start asking and calling people and saying, do you have something? Do you have something? Then this person says, one of the people that they called told him, boss, do you have Tala? And he said, yes, I have Tala. And the person told him, just go on to Tala and take some money. Yes? Borrow some money from Tala. As simple as that. The person actually went into Tala, they borrowed money from Tala, got the money, paid the deposit, and moved on. Sometimes you do not want to be a burden to other people.
No, you don't.
And this is human nature. You do not want to be the person who is constantly known that you're the one who's calling people, asking for money. Nana isayote inakuanga emergency. I need some 2K urgently. I need some 2K urgently. I need some 5K urgently. I need some 7K urgently. You, at that point, you're actually in need. Yes, but then somebody hears, I need some 2K urgently. You're like, nafikiri mimi niko tu na pesa imekaa tu hapo. Inangojea your urgency to come. And you feel, you find it difficult to actually just do that. So if you have Tala, they're like, yeah, you need some 2K urgently? Here you go. Because we know and we've seen that the last time you needed 5K urgently, you repaid as soon as you got it. The last time you needed 7K urgently, you repaid as soon as you got it. So you want 20K urgently right now? Here, take the 20K. Do what you need to do. Sort yourself out. You are in a position where you're in a fix and you need that money urgently. You're planning, you need that money urgently. Do it. That's what Tala is all about. It's regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. It's among the first that got into that list of regulated money mobile lenders. It's also licensed with the Office of the Data Commissioner. So these are not the guys who are going to put you in a WhatsApp group and broadcast to everybody. Oyo moto alichukua pesa yetu mulipe ama tu. No. They don't do. They are not predatory lenders. They are serious lenders. They've been in this market for long enough. They understand the market long enough. They have lent a lot of money. They are well invested in this. So just download Tala today from your Google Play, and when you need it, you'll have it. Our next conversation is still looking at what's happening. So we saw Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, Senate. It gets to a point in the middle of the night, vote. The Senate Speaker comes and says, all right, so with this and with that, therefore, the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, ceases to hold office. Kang. Kidogo, Gazette notice. Kang. Friday morning, kidogo, communication from the President to the Speaker of the National Assembly. I have nominated. Kidogo, case. Kirigoya, Nairobi, nini. One of the people who was in the Senate and spoke in the Senate is the Senator for Kiambu County, Karongo Wadanga, who's our next guest. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning. How are you, Eric?
Very well.
And City?
We are very well, thank you, Senator.
Yeah, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Senator.
I hope you had a good holiday.
Yes, we did. Did you?
I don't know. I didn't have anything to celebrate about. But if you remember the last time we were here, we discussed something close to the holiday. So it fell on a Sunday, and Monday was a free day.
Yeah.
But if my law was there...
What happened to your bill, by the way?
I just put it on hold to discuss other matters of national interest. But it's still there. But I want to tell you, if my law was there, October 10th was on Thursday, so you missed a Friday.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to see you.
Friday would have been a holiday.
I'm happy to see you.
But there are many Kenyans who took that holiday.
Yeah. You see, that's what happens.
Yes.
That many people actually end up applying for a day off.
Fake barrios.
Yeah. Or you come up with an excuse why you'll not be able to go to work on that day.
Yeah.
And it's just not recognized. So why not just make it official?
Yes.
You are onto something.
We will still discuss that.
You are onto something.
Yes.
City will welcome you with the day's proverb. This last 3 weeks, this one included, we've been looking at a proverb from the Maghreb. Do you know the northernmost country in Africa?
The northernmost.
Take a guess.
Man, you know, when you put me into that, I was
just
very
take a
good
guess.
in Egypt.
You have done well with your estimation.
You're close.
You're very, very close.
Guess number one, you get 2 guesses.
I get 2 guesses. Yeah, I'm looking at the top over there.
Yeah, from there. So you've started in Egypt. Go.
Yes.
Songa kidogo.
Okay.
There's Egypt, there's Libya.
Then there's
I'm lost.
Tunisia.
Yes. You know, sometimes they don't call themselves Africans.
Oh, they don't.
So that's why probably it's not in my mind.
They actually don't have a choice there. You are defined by the continent.
They like associating themselves with
Arabs.
Mostly Europe.
But they are Arabs.
Yes, of course they are, but they don't
members
call
of
themselves
the Arab League.
They are members of the Arab League, and as you say correctly,
yes.
And if you look at their history, you'll understand why it is they associate greatly with Europe. Because last week I was telling our listeners that if you look at Algeria, and the distance by sea from Algeria to Spain is just 14 kilometers. They share the Mediterranean Sea. So the proximity to Europe is, as we say, right there.
They like that side more than downwards.
There's an interesting thing about history. You've heard of the Carthaginians. There's a gentleman called Hannibal. The man wreaked havoc in Europe. And there are those who say...
He took elephants across the Alps.
Yes. No, he did wonders. He did wonders. There are those who say that the Tunisians were the original Carthaginians. The late Muammar Gaddafi had a different view. He said, no, it was them.
It was Libya.
Yeah, it was Libya. In fact, one of his sons actually was named Hannibal. Yes. So, but that's history.
Yes. Right.
Now the proverb. Even if he wears a valuable harness, the donkey does not turn into a race horse.
Even if he wears a valuable harness, the donkey does not turn into a racehorse.
Wow. You're who you are, no matter what you try, you act to be, I think. In a matter of, you don't become another thing or someone else by pretending to be them. Yes, you are just who you are. I think that is the best explanation for that.
You put it very well. Simply and very well.
You're who you are.
Yes.
And the people should know who you are.
They should know who you are. And that's why we are as a country. We are now able to see who they are.
Who are they?
There they are.
Who are they?
There they are.
They are who they think they are.
No. They actually, they think wrongly. Yeah, they are who they are. Not what they think they are.
Okay.
Yes.
We saw you in the Senate. And we saw you even speaking outside of the Senate. And you were visibly unhappy with the proceedings of the Senate.
Yes.
Right? And this is after the lawyers for the Deputy President came and said, our client has been taken ill, he's been admitted to hospital, and the Speaker came out and said, all right, now we have a decision to make. We can push this thing up to Saturday, or we can continue. And by acclamation, people said, no, we are not pushing to Saturday, we are continuing. And you're among those who walked out immediately.
Yes.
Feeling very unhappy. Why? What was happening in that period there in the Senate?
You know, Eric, to take you back and maybe to paint a clearer picture of the process at the Senate. You know, once the impeachment happens, as it is prescribed by the Constitution, Article 150, it's supposed to be communicated to the Senate. The Senate has 2 options. Option 1 is to go a committee way, which of course will form an 11-member committee to investigate the matter for 10 days and then report to the House. Then the other option is, if we do not have a committee, we go the plenary way. But you see, when it comes to the plenary way, we are supposed to use the mandate that is given by the committee. I mean, nothing stops to say that if we go plenary, we go 3 days. We are still within the 10 days that the committee is given. And then the reason why I still believe the whole process was flawed, the whole process did not give justice to the accused, is because once we got into the plenary way, first of all, there were preliminary objections of the representatives of the National Assembly. One of them was Orengo. And they say he comes in there as in the capacity of Orengo. But we know he is a governor. And the law is very clear, and especially our standing orders. The only way a governor can appear before the Senate, it's only captured in our standing order 80 and 81. That they only come in there as a witness when they are being impeached. So when the Speaker allowed a governor to represent the National Assembly, that already shows that the process itself was not properly administered or was not properly followed. Then you come to the process. We listened to the National Assembly for the first day, which was on Wednesday. And the Deputy President was there from 9 a.m. all the way past midnight. And you know, he's a very active man. So having him to sit down for all those hours, of course, would, of course, do something with his body. And then because he's a man not used to be stagnant. He's on the walk, moving, working. So then on the next day, he came at 9 in the morning. And he had to sit there. Now, it was a day for his case to respond to all allegations. But what did we do as a Senate? We did something that we have never done. We recalled the witness, Mr. Mutuse, who had finished previously, the previous day.
And had been cross-examined.
He had been cross-examined. Everybody had asked questions. But we reinvited him. Why? Because those who looked at that realized he didn't do well yesterday. Let's bring him today. We guide him over the night on what to come and say. So we invite him. We invite other witnesses. Of course, other witnesses, it was okay because they were never there before. So already that's another issue that showed that the whole process was trying to guide towards a certain goal. Then, because if we had done with Mutuse, we only invited the other two. There were actually supposed to be three. The other witnesses. One of them came, Mr. Mulwa, who used to work with Mr. Mutuse under the governance of Mr. Alfred Mutua, who is a CS. So those are three people.
Mulo was in Makueni.
Was in Makueni.
Yes.
But they actually, after the election of 2022, the three of them went to see the White House in the USA. Yeah, so they are close friends. So, and what happened is that only Mr. Mulu appeared and only Mr. Mutuse appeared. There was no other witness. Sakaja, who was supposed to be a witness, the governor of Nairobi, did not appear. We were told he was sick and he went to hospital in Mexico. I don't know. I only hear India. People go to India. I've never had anybody go to hospital in Mexico.
The Mexicans have hospitals.
Yeah, they do. But it's a choice. It's his choice. Okay, all right. So, and then the other one was called Jomo. He did not also appear. So what I'm trying to say is that the whole process, if it was followed well, we did not invite Mutuse for the second time. There could have been time for the DP to appear. Remember, we used the whole morning hours when the Deputy President was seated at the Senate, listening again to the issues that we had dealt with
prosecution's
yesterday.
case.
So when it came to the afternoon, that is when the Deputy President fell ill. So probably if we had not, dilly-dallied and, misused the time, he could have been there because he was there. So when he was taken ill, and for us, actually myself, I was really worried because I had lunch with him, because he's still the Deputy President, whether he's accused or not, he's still the Deputy President. And after lunch at his Harambee office, then we say, let's meet in the chamber. Then we go to the chamber. Then we are told he's sick. And I was like, I didn't, although when we were talking, he could stutter, and we ask, everything okay? Yes, I'm fine. I'll be coming to the plenary. Then he was taken ill. The lawyers informed the Senate. And when we were informed, the Speaker said, we are going to give him up to 5 p.m.
To appear, then we make a decision.
And then we make the decision. Remember, another thing that you should look at as why I'm calling it a flawed process. The Speaker stopped without the leave of the House. I'll give him at 5. But when he came at 5, he came with a motion, or he allowed a motion to see whether we can extend. Yet he himself, in his own wisdom, he had allowed hours for us to wait. You know? So, and of course, we could see the mood of the House. Nobody wanted that motion to extend. So, and he came, he made a ruling, and he said that we have until Saturday, informing the House. We have tomorrow, Friday, and we have Saturday. So let's extend this thing up to Saturday. But for us to do that, we need a motion. The motion was moved. Then the whole House, almost the whole House, they rejected to extend. So the question is, where were we in a hurry? You know?
Why did you ask, when you asked your colleagues, because your colleagues are the ones who voted to reject to extend.
Yes.
Why were your colleagues?
I'm telling you, they just wanted to vote.
Why?
Even if we were to be given an opportunity to vote on the first day, tell Mr. Mutuse there to stand. We are not asking you a question. They could have voted. Everybody was ready. Those who voted to impeach Rigathi Gachagua, they were ready.
Why?
Because this, I had thought that the Senate will give the Deputy President justice. They would follow the due process. Every Kenyan, after listening to the grillment of Mr. Mutuse, they realized there is no case. Even Mutuse himself, he could say, I don't know. I am just bringing a prima facie. And prima facie, after I read, it means at first sight. So I look at you, Eric, and I say, Eric, you're a thief. And then, even before I investigate, or I give CT time to ask a question, I say, vote, let's vote. Let's vote for whether Eric is a thief. We are voting whether you have stolen or not, rather than coming with the goods that have been stolen, showing who has lost these goods, showing the police report on the OB, and asking all these questions. You know, when the Senate is given this mandate, they call us judges. But no, we're not just judges. We are investigators. That's why the committee is given an opportunity to investigate. What is investigation, Eric? It's not listening to the story. We don't investigate by just listening. Mr. Mutuse says he has land in Nyandarua that is a dairy farm. We only listen. The Senate did not even ascertain whether there is even that land. The Senate did not ask for the title deed. And again, okay, he has land, so what? I do too. You do. So what is the problem? Oh, I think he might have acquired it illegally. How? Eric, I want you to look at all the allegations. And one of the allegations, he has a helipad. What do you mean he has a helipad? Even if he has a helipad, what's the problem?
He acquired it illegally.
Yeah, I think he acquired it. How? The Senate did not even ask for the pictures.
So what you're saying is that the Constitution places a high mandate on the Senate. That
Yes.
you don't just... This is where the trial takes place. This is where senators retreat, remove your political bias, and look at facts as they are.
Yes.
You look at what has been presented. This is the case by the prosecutor, the prosecuting body here, whether it's a county assembly or the National Assembly. And this is the response by the respondent, whether it's a governor, deputy governor, president, or deputy president in an impeachment case.
Yes.
And you look at the merits and then you measure them against what the Constitution has placed as a threshold.
Yes.
This is what we call grounds for impeachment. And you look at it and say, does it meet, does it not? You should, but what you're saying is that the senators, each individual senator, should be truthful to the Constitution and nothing else.
True.
No more, no less.
No more, no less.
And the Senate did not do that.
Yes, because impeachment is a nuclear option. You know, it must be the last of it all. Because we have EACC. EACC, do you have any report? No. They only bring an officer there who comes with some evidence that is not part of the grounds. He even tries to introduce some grounds on the floor that the deputy president said he was given a cow from the Kalenjin land. And then he reads some section that says he did not declare that cow. And you know it was not part of the ground. So what I'm trying to say is that everything that they were trying is to whip emotions and make the deputy president look bad.
So the Senate was basically just acting politically here.
I'm telling you, the only difference between the Senate and the National Assembly is one did it messy, noisy. The other one did it quietly and pretending to be gentlemen.
Okay.
So, but all of us did the same thing.
Let me ask you this question.
Yes.
You say you had lunch with the deputy president on that Thursday.
Yes.
Is that not wrong?
It's not wrong because...
Should you sit with the deputy president in his office knowing that you're in the middle of an impeachment where you are investigating and listening to a case on him?
No.
Why are you sitting down with the deputy president in the middle of his trial?
He's still the deputy president.
But he's on
of
trial.
The Republic.
Even
the Mutuse fella, we had lunch because he was eating at the Parliament's building.
Does that make it right?
No, because people are there, you don't want to run away. And there's nothing you're adding into it. For you is to listen and ask questions and investigate. Because as a Senate, even the judges, sometimes they say, let's meet behind the jury and whoever at the chamber for a little bit of discussion. So what I'm trying to say...
Does the accused have lunch with the judge?
What I'm trying to say, sometimes it happens. Because when you meet in public, because you're not meeting privately, you're meeting in public. Remember,
Harambee House Annex Senator is not public.
It's an office. It's
that
a public
is the office of the deputy president.
It's a public office.
Who is on trial before you.
It's a public office.
Ordinarily,
yes.
It is not the canteen of the Senate.
No.
You cannot say that you normally, senators, walk over for lunch at Harambee House Annex.
What I'm trying to say, Eric, and I want you to not to twist that to what you're trying to do. When it happens to be the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, we go to Karen. He's the deputy president. Today, if I wanted, I would go to the State House. And whenever you go, whether you call it lunch or you don't call it lunch, there are refreshment, whatever. We're African and people get a cup of tea. Here, you have given me water. Add sugar, please. And put some milk at least to get color. So what I'm trying to say is that even when he comes to Parliament, we receive him. Let's go because he is the deputy president. Maybe I wouldn't do that for a governor. Because a governor is not my governor per se. But this is a deputy president whom we have seen from all these accusations, Eric. And one of those accusations, and that's why I want to pinpoint some of them from the grounds that were given, is even that he spoke Kikuyu in Nairobi. A whole MP want to impeach a deputy president for speaking his language in Nairobi. And you know, and I said that in Parliament, our constitution, Article 7, Eric, says that the state shall promote local languages. You know, you cannot be discriminated. That is Article 27 of the Constitution by using your language. Article 44 of the Constitution also says you have a right to choose any language. If you listen to the president yesterday, before he spoke some language in Kwale. I don't know which language. But he spoke like for a minute. Greetings. When he comes to Mount Kenya, he starts Muriega, Mwadhaniago Show. You cannot say that is being tribal. Nahedesho there. You know, he cannot be said that he is tribal because of speaking that language. The question is, are they understanding that language, those we are speaking to? And I even asked Mutuse on the floor, would you be having the same problem, if the deputy president spoke in sign language? Are you just saying that because he's a Kikuyu, he's speaking Kikuyu? What if he just decided to speak the sign language? Would you have a problem? The people he was speaking to didn't have a problem. Nobody complained. Even on the issue of shareholding and everything in between, no citizen had complained. But when you ask Mutuse, out of all these 11 grounds, have you done any investigation? I was not in an investigation journey. I only brought to you to find one. So he even told the Senate, you are the one who was supposed to investigate. But did we? We didn't. We only listened. And when the deputy president times come, we don't want to listen to him. We don't want to give him time. So we just want to vote. I was on one of the TV stations, local TV stations here on Sunday night. with the senator of Nyandarua and the senator of Nakuru, Tabitha Keroche. And she was asked a question. Do you think the deputy president was accorded enough time by the Senate? Do you think that the Senate did what was supposed to be done? And she said no. And she voted yes. That's what I'm trying to tell you. She voted yes to kick the deputy president out, but she's out here now admitting
she didn't accord him an opportunity to present.
He was not given an opportunity to prosecute. Now, that is what I'm calling the hypocrisy of the highest order at the Senate, that people had to do things to please some quarters or to protect their businesses or to protect their monies, because there was a lot of intimidation. If you don't pay your taxes, my friend,
you'll give us those intrigues.
Yes.
Let's take a break. 26 minutes to 9. The senator for Kiambu County. No, senators are now saying senator from. The senator from Kiambu County in the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, Karongo Adhangwa, is our guest this morning. We are looking at what's happening with this impeachment. So, what happened in the Senate, the intrigues behind it. There's these allegations of money being paid. The senator has just mentioned here some intimidation of some sorts. And then we've seen the move since then, the nomination and approval by the National Assembly of Kithure Kindiki as the next deputy president. He's from Mount Kenya East. What happens to the mountain as well? Keep it here. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Okay. It's sunny in Nairobi at 18, highs of 26 later. Kakamega sunny at 21, highs of 28. Mombasa mostly sunny at 27, highs of 31. Eldoret sunny at 16, highs of 25. Malindi sunny at 28, highs of 31. Sunny in Kisumu at 22, highs of 30. Sunny in Nakuru at 18, highs of 26. Sunny in Nyeri at 18, highs of 25. Sunny in Lagos at 25, highs of 31. In Kampala, cloudy at 20, highs of 27. In Kinshasa, partly sunny at 24, highs of 31. In Dar es Salaam, sunny at 27, highs of 31. Addis Ababa, cloudy at 17, highs of 22. Mogadishu, sunny at 29, highs of 32. Johannesburg, sunny and windy at 15, highs of 24. Paris, cloudy at 10, highs of 17. Cloudy in London at 10, highs of 16. New York, clear skies at 18, highs of 26. And Beijing, sunny afternoon at 14. It's now starting to get chillier and chillier in Beijing. Lows of 4.
Spice up your life.
Thika Superhighway, it's been a bad one this morning. So it's still stretching all the way back to Garden City, but it's improving. Earlier, it was stretching to Safari Park. So if you find it at Garden City, just be thankful that you didn't find it earlier. But it will be moving. It's there are issues that are on that road. It's moving. Just be patient. Don't worry. Kiambu Road as well. There are a lot of traffic, but it's improving. It was at DCI headquarters. As you get onto Wangari Maathai Road, you'll find traffic stretching all the way to Museum. And then at Museum Interchange, heading towards Westlands, you'll find traffic. But coming towards town, there's no traffic. You'll find some traffic at Uhuru Highway, heading in towards town from Mombasa Road. So you'll start from Nyayo Stadium roundabout into Bunyala, into Railways Bridge, heading towards town. Jogoo Road is very, very busy as you approach City Stadium roundabout. Langata Road has been chaotic this morning. It's improving. Now it's only within the Wilson Airport, coming towards the T-Mall Junction, and then a little bit as you get onto Mbagathi Way, and also Mbagathi Way into City Mortuary roundabout. It's been crazy on North Airport Road this morning. It's improved significantly, so you'll not find much traffic. But Eastern Bypass from Utawala coming towards the roundabout, you'll find some traffic. Outer Ring Road is okay. Westlands heading towards town was crazy a short while ago. It's still crazy now. James Kishoro, not so bad. And Lower Kabete Road is bad.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Senator Karongo Adangwa is our guest, and we continue this conversation in what's happening within Parliament. So you've talked about allegations of bribery have been made. And in fact, in that TV interview where you were there with the Senator for Nyandarua and the Senator for Nakuru, the allegation of bribery was made. Here this morning, you've talked about intimidation. Where was intimidation coming from, and in what form?
I really try to persuade my fellow colleagues to vote the right way, which is give justice to the accused. And you could hear somebody tell me that I would want to do that, but I can't. And they give reasons. Intimidation. You see, the reason why I'm a free man, I don't do business with government. I pay my taxes. And I am not very greedy, of course. I am not.
Very
greedy. I'm saying that because you see sometimes every human being has a little bit of it.
Yeah.
So I'm not. And I could not put money, fast because I know I was elected by the people of Kiambu. And to the extension, the people of Mount Kenya and the country at large, so that I can be able to represent them. So you could hear somebody say, man, I have a letter from Kerry that says asking this and that. I have a very huge business. If I do that, that will send people to dig in. And when government want to find something, they will come with all allegations. You have seen that the deputy president was told, you have 17 companies. What have they done? I don't know. I'm just thinking there's a problem with them.
You received a cow.
Yeah, all those allegations. And when it appears, because they have machineries, by the time you clear your name, things will have gone viral. So there are people who do business with government. And you're told, if you vote this way, my friend, you're not getting paid. So there were so many issues, because how can you tell, or how can, in your mind, can you even think that a senator of a county where the deputy president comes from votes to send him away? I mean, there must be a problem. There must be a problem. The people of Nyeri, that is Nyeri County, they were categorical. They were saying, you are not sending the deputy president home.
In the public participation?
In the public participation, everywhere.
They even protested.
Yes.
Remember?
They protested and everything. But the senator from Nyeri will vote to kick out the deputy president. Why? You look at him, he's not happy. You talk to him, he say, man, I don't just want to talk about this thing. So there was there was a lot of intimidation. There were so many senators who could have voted otherwise. Others even wanted to travel. Others wanted to admit themselves in hospital. But the speaker gave a letter, you should not travel outside the country. I was waiting for the next letter that you should not fall sick within this period. And for the first time, the Senate was full house, 67. We have never sat 67. So what we are trying to say is that we really disappointed Kenyans because we are the upper house. We could have taken this issue. We could have been better. And look at it this way also. The members of ODM, senators from ODM, all of them in unison, they voted to kick out the deputy president. And they have so many lawyers. Sometimes they say from Mount Kenya, we are called Wadangwa, Wamatinga, this and that. So, but for them, Professor Ujienda, we have Senator Sifuna, we have all those lawyers. But they could not see through the lies. They closed their eyes and decided just to vote. And that's why the deputy president was not even given an opportunity. Because the ODM, probably they were told on which side to vote.
Why?
Because they are the beneficiaries.
Let me ask you something, Senator.
Bread-based government. Bread, not broad.
If you look at our political processes as Kenya, the decisions that are made, tell me where it is that the sort of logic that you're proposing prevails, where justice is found, political process, the rule of law is at the forefront of it all. In a Kenyan political process, where do you see it, or where have you ever seen it?
You see, I think that's who we are as politicians. But sometimes it's good to see through the processes. It's good to look at the law, the constitution, which I carry here, which is the supreme law. I remember, because I was also objecting the presence of the governor of Siaya, who is James Orengo. He said on that floor, not that day, 21st June of 2022, he said impeachment is a political process. And when he says impeachment is a political process, my question at that particular time, that's why I wanted to ask, then why are you coming to defend or try to persuade the Senate that this person has committed gross violation of the Constitution, these crimes that you are saying? Then why don't we just tell us it is a political process, let's just vote? So we took Kenyans for a foolish ride, thinking that we are listening, thinking that something will come out of this, but it was a premeditated vote. We knew, we could tell who is voting to impeach and who is voting not to impeach. We knew we were 13. We knew we were not winning. Even before the vote, we knew. And we decided to vote. You know, there are some people who say, okay, then because we are not winning, and there is a karata happening here and there, you are called behind the car, you are called here and there, you are being promised things, he may say, okay, I'm not winning, I need money. You know, I'm young, I need money. I need money. Who doesn't? But we could have said, okay, we can even tell the deputy president, okay, we know you are not winning, so please allow me. Wacha tukule hii kidogo tu, at least nijenge, at least niweke kaukuta. But we decided, we knew we were not winning, we were 13, but we decided to show Kenyans that there are people who can look at the money, look at the gun, look at the president and the politicians and decide to do what is right. Yes.
Let me ask the question I asked again. When we have political processes in this country, where have we seen the rule of law? Where have we seen a sense of morality? Where have we seen the pursuit of what is right being the order of the day? Where?
This was supposed to be the first one. This was supposed to be the first one. The Senate could have done what is right. This could have been the first one. Remember, 2 days before, actually a day before, the same Senate had saved the governor of Kericho, Bwana Mutai. He was saved.
On technical grounds.
Technical grounds. Because there was no, what do you call it? There was no
wave.
Not the wave. There was no one behind his removal.
There was no pressure.
There was no pressure. They saved their brother. I asked them to save mine. They said no. You know, there was no pressure to take the governor of Kericho home. And technicalities, it was read, which of course I do understand because I follow the law. Even if they use that technicality, it was lawful. Because there is no 0.0 person. Even when you're 0.0, you are full. You know? So that one I understand, and I agree with the Senate on that issue. But it's because nobody was pushing for his removal. If there was someone...
There was someone pushing.
No.
The MCAs.
No. The MCA did their work.
The 32.
You know,
31.
Let me tell you, the MCAs did their work. And I want to tell the MCAs, because I'm a former MCA, continue doing your work. Don't be afraid of anybody. Don't be afraid that when it comes to the Senate, we'll be sent back to you or we'll be sent home. Just do your work. Because right now, the governor of Kericho is a different man to the MCAs. So you do your work as long as you are not being malicious. So when that issue came, if there was any force to kick the governor of Kericho or to remove him from office, that issue of technicality, there could have been no POs, preliminary objections. We'll be told, no, we are not investigators. And that's why I have a law on impeachment, which is on the first, it is supposed to go on second reading anytime from now. It has already been committed to the Senate. That is the impeachment of governors, the speakers of the county assemblies and CECs and even the deputy governor. The law says before you start the issue of investigation, we have to do preliminary objection that has to take 3 days. Why is my law saying that? Because I had seen, like the case of Waititu, where the speaker says there were numbers and there were no numbers. So it is to give the Senate an opportunity to investigate whether the process was carried. Right. Because the law just says that if there is an impeachment the Speaker of the County Assembly
Notifies.
writes to the Speaker of the Senate. Just that. Can you imagine if a Speaker of any county goes mad
and just writes
and decides to write? There was no impeachment. He just writes. The process kicks in. The process kicks in. So where do you investigate whether the process happened? So I was really happy when that kind of PO came because it gave me grounds now how to defend my bill that is on the floor of the House. But what I'm trying to say is that there was no pressure.
Okay.
Let
me ask.
Yes.
The allegation, there have been very many allegations on the various other impeachment motions for governors and deputy governors, that sometimes there is inducement that comes to several senators. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Is it true? Have you heard of such?
As CT is saying here, where do you expect justice or morality from the political process? Some things happen.
So sometimes it does.
Sometimes it does.
In this particular case, you've also said that, you heard of the same thing happening in this particular case last week.
Yes.
Of some of these things happening. Is it also possible that the defendant played the same game?
Any can play. The defendant?
Were you approached by the defendant?
No, because for us, we do understand that we are not doing it for the person. We are doing it for the nation. Because we look at it, and again, when we looked at the 11 grounds, there are some senators who are my friends. Which sides are you voting for? Somebody will say, I'm waiting to hear the grounds. They heard the grounds for the first day, and then I asked them in the evening, are you convinced that the DP has really broken all these grounds, has broken the law? He said, from what I've heard, nothing. So are we voting no? I said, I'll tell you tomorrow when I hear him to defend himself. But already they have dissected the whole process. They already know. Then we go to the next day and ask, now that the deputy president has not been accorded an opportunity, how are you going to vote? Say he did not come. But we heard tomorrow, why did you vote no? I mean, why did you oppose the motion to extend the days? We wanted to finish this thing. So what I'm trying to say is that the decision was premeditated. And that's why I'm telling you, even before voting, we knew we were 13. And actually, there was a time we saw like we were 14. We were like, who is that? Who is that person? But then we realized some people are just playing. We voted for 11 grounds, 11 votes. So, and one ground can take you home, just one.
Yeah.
Even if they voted no to 10, then one ground they say, yes, you go home. So some people are still playing. They say, so that I be seen, that at least I was thinking, fair. So I kick him on this one. So they all agree. The first ground, all of us, we have to make sure that it is taken. And then 56 against, I don't know how many, the 13 of us. So then there were some people who were abstaining. Then they now started playing with I vote no, I vote this yes.
So this is,
vote no.
For many people, Senator.
Yes.
And I'm sure you've heard this many times in the public domain. Many people are not surprised by the goings-on in the National Assembly. Many people are not surprised by the goings-on in the Senate. Even on Friday, not many were surprised that the issue of the approval of the DP nominee was hurried through Parliament so fast. People have said, this Parliament is really not up to the task of what the people set it out to do in the Constitution. So then it takes you back into what else is happening within Parliament, what other decisions that the work of Parliament and how Parliament is doing its work. One of those, for example, you chair the Committee on Roads and Transport.
Which I think I might be kicked out soon.
Yeah, so before you ask, the matter of Adani has come before your committee,
yes,
right? And it has been really, really heated in the public with non-members of the committee coming in as friends of the committee,
yes,
participating and asking questions and going on, so on and so forth. What would you tell Kenyans in terms of just expecting that their parliament will do the job that it's supposed to do when it comes to such deals? I had the deputy president saying that he has advised the president previously this Adani deal is not a good deal.
Yeah, true. But before we get there, because I want us to discuss that issue, and thank God you have asked me that question, because I don't know whether I'm still going to be the chairman of the Transport Committee. So I might as well use this opportunity to say what we are going to do as a committee. But before I get there, I just want to see the whole thing as a plan just to remove the deputy president. Everything has been pre-planned, premeditated, from the removal, the issuance of the Gazette notice, because the Speaker's ruling that the Deputy President has been impeached came out at the same time with the gazettement. And that, you see, I wish we were efficient like that. You know, that efficiency, if we were serving our people like that, we wouldn't be where we are now. Then there's an issue of the National Assembly calling themselves for a special sitting to sit on a Friday, saying that they have some issues. But they have nothing. What they are waiting for is for the Senate to remove the Deputy President on Thursday so that we can sit tomorrow and approve a Deputy President, another Deputy President. And that's why they did not want to extend time. They did not want... I wish, and that's why I say, I don't know which book that I read, that before gods kill you, they confuse you. Because for sure, they were confused. Because if they had even given the Deputy President on Saturday, we could have done our issue on Saturday. They could have voted the way they voted. Then the Deputy President has nowhere to go to court on Sunday. Then the Monday was a holiday. They could have actually executed their idea of swearing in their designate on Mashujaa Day. But thanks to, the gods confused them and were given a leeway to go to court on Thursday, on Friday. And the Deputy President and his people went to court. And they were given conservatory orders. Some from Nairobi and some from Kerugoya. The Chief Justice, who is not in the country at this time, but it's the office, empaneled a 3-judge bench to listen to 6 cases. 6. And when the 3-judge, that is Justice Ogola, Mugambi, and Murima, were constituted, they were supposed to only hear the 6 cases. But in Kerugoya, another judge gave an order stopping Kindiki from assuming office. This was so express. But what happened? The 3-judge bench sat on Saturday. Tell me, our people, they have cases that have been in courts for years. But this one, the judges will find time to sit on a Saturday. And to do what? To listen or to hear a case that is coming from Kerugoya, which is not part of the 6 cases. And when the CJ forms a 3-judge bench, 5-judge bench, or 7-judge bench, when he forms that, he is supposed to give them directions. I allocate you this case. You cannot take any other case outside what you have been given. You have to wait for the communication again from the CJ to give you the case. So they sat on Saturday to hear a case from a court in Kerugoya, which they were not given an allocation to by the CJ. So I'm trying to tell you,
how do you know they are not given an allocation?
Because there is the petitioner from Kerugoya has written to the CJ. Because when that happens, whatever happens in court, the petitioner is informed and given all the documents, even the direction by the CJ to write to communicate to the judge bench. So they have written. I have the letter. I can show you. I have seen it. It is even in the newspapers today. So what I'm trying to tell you is that whoever is trying so hard. But I urge the judiciary, don't be part of this. The MPs failed this country. The Senate failed this country. Please, judiciary, do not fail this country. Give justice to this man. Even if he was wrong, even if he was so right, let us follow the rule of law and the due process.
Adani.
In
2 minutes.
I've listened to, we have called the Treasury, that is Bandi.
Yeah.
We have called the PPP's DG, that is a public-private partnership committee.
Yeah.
We have invited the CS for roads.
Yeah.
We have invited the PSS. Everybody, we have listened to them.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to tell you, because we are about to give this report, we have seen that this deal did not go, again, it went against all the prescriptions of the law. Because the law, and I don't remember the article, in the Public-Private Partnership Act, it says, for you to give a PIP, that is a proposal, privately proposal, For you to give it out, you must justify why you did not go a competitive way. You have to justify. So what does that mean? It means the superior part of doing all this deal is competition. Mm-hmm. You have to be competitive. So what we are going to do, and those are my my proposal that we have to put in the report that I'll be tabling, we have to go what we call Swiss challenge. The Swiss challenge, and that is what we are going to recommend. The Swiss challenge is whenever a government receives any privately initiated proposal, you make it public and ask people, do you have a better one than this? Do you have a better one than this? So if there is no one who has a better one than that, then we can go to the processes and looking into it. 2, the country has shown us that you can do public participation within a day without a lot of money, public money used, the whole country within a day. This Adani deal must be taken through public participation. It must be taken across the country. Across the country. All the 47 counties. It must be done for people to know where their airport is being taken. So those are some of the recommendations we are going to do. And we're also going to say that the EACC must investigate a few officers, like the KEA.
So the bottom line, it's not above board.
It's not above board.
Thank you.
It's not above board.
The senator from Kiambu County, Karungo Adhango, has been our guest for this morning. He talked about what happened in the Senate, talked about what he feels about the Deputy President's impeachment, and of course concluded with the Adani deal. He's the chair of the Transport and it's a Roads and Transport Committee.
And Housing.
And Housing.
Yes.
In the Senate. 9 a.m. news time.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. As Form 4 national examinations have begun across the country, Trans Nzoia County Commissioner Gideon Oyagi has said that an appropriate strategy has been put in place to ensure that there are no cases of malpractice. Oyagi said that more than 20,000 candidates in Trans Nzoia County are taking the exams, further urging parents and guardians to create a conducive environment that will allow candidates to put their best foot forward.
Tumejitayarisha kuhakikisha ya kwamba mtihani ambayo wa Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education utafanyika kwa mazingira ambayo yanafaa. Kuna wanafunzi zaidi ya 20,000 ambayo watafanya mtihani. Kitu naomba wasasi tuweke mazingira mazuri yafahayo ili wanafunzi wetu waweze kufanya mtihani wapite ili na wao watimize ndoto zao.
French, German, Sign Language, Arabic, Music and Home Science will dominate the first week of this year's KCSE examinations, set to commence across the 10,755 exam centres, even as KPSEA will begin on Monday next week. Kenyans have until Friday to submit their views and recommendations on proposal to extend presidential term from 5 to 7 years. Thereafter, the bill will be tabled for the Senate for debate in the Senate. Should the proposed amendments be enacted, those in the presidency will enjoy their tenures for 7 years as opposed to the current 5 years for a single term. The same extension will be enjoyed by governors, MCAs and MPs. The bill, sponsored by Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei, is currently with the Senate's Departmental Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. The High Court is expected to deliver a judgment touching on the Affordable Housing Act. The government has since defended its creation, saying the 1.5% levy was imposed to raise funds that will be used to enable all citizens to access decent, affordable housing. While the petitioners in the case have termed this as a Ponzi scheme, the state said that the rate was carefully negotiated with the populace. Senior counsel Professor Githu Muigai, Kirangu Kimani and Mahat Sumen asked a 3-judge bench to allow the act to remain operational and dismiss the petitions filed by 22 senators led by Busia Senator Okoh Mtata, Dr. Benjamin Gikenyi and other human rights defenders. Doubts have emerged over the identity of a body suspected to be that of Dela MCA Yusuf Hussein Ahmed, who has been missing. The body was discovered in Lake Yahud, Wajir County on Saturday, but the burial has been halted until the DNA tests are conclusively carried out. There has been a standoff among family members and local leaders following concerns that the badly mutilated body might not be that of Ahmed, who was reportedly abducted by armed men along Enterprise Road here in Nairobi. Led by eldest MP Aidan Kanan, they say DNA samples have been sent to Nairobi for further analysis, with the MP expressing his regret over continued cases of abductions in the country.
We are all saddened and extremely dismayed with the abduction and disappearance of Honorable Yusuf. Allah has told you, it's over a month since he was abducted. Kenya is a constitutional country. We are a rule-abiding nation. Abduction has no place in the modern-day Kenya. Criminal responsibility is individual. If for whatever reason Honorable Yusuf Hussein has committed or is perceived or is alleged to have committed a crime, the due process of law is there.
And finally, Kenyans could be losing billions of shillings as a result of mismanagement by publishers, the state curriculum developer, and schools. Auditor General Nancy Gadungu has called out state publisher KLB, Curriculum Development Agency, KICD, and secondary schools over the mess. Audit reviews have highlighted waste, detailing instances where schools have been given books they do not need while experiencing deficits in some subjects. In other cases, books were subjected to harsh conditions and thousands of titles were discovered on shelves collecting dust because they were no longer relevant. That's the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Obaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's been crazy coming towards town on Thika Superhighway. It's improving actually, but so earlier it was stretching beyond Safari Park Hotel. Now it's at Mathare. Kiambu Road is still busy, so it's all still busy. Westlands heading towards town. That section of Mogoga Green and Brookside Grove coming in towards the highway, and then also Karuna Close getting into the highway. Those junctions, they are causing a lot of traffic, and of course there this is where the expressway begins, so there are issues there. James Gishoro heading in towards town, not so bad, and but you'll find a bit of traffic in the roundabout. I think there's maybe an incident, so coming out of the Wayakiwe Red Hill Link Road into the roundabout at ABC Place out into James Gishoro. Usually that causes a bit of a traffic snarl up there, so you'll find it there. Langata Road has been a bit of crazy this morning, but now it's improved significantly. The issue you'll find now is on Bagathi Way, especially as you approach City Moche roundabout. Langata Road into Nyayo Stadium roundabout is very busy. Langata Road into Aerodrome Road is very busy, so therefore you'll find Bunyala Road also getting quite busy. It's also been very busy. Lusaka Road into City Stadium, also Jogoo Road into City Stadium, quite busy. You'll find a bit of traffic there. Mombasa Road coming towards town has improved at Imara Daima. It's improved in South Sea, and you'll be okay heading towards town.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
Yes, at 7 minutes after 9. Thank you very much for keeping it locked, and thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation as we get into the final hour of the Situation Room this lovely Tuesday. Let's remind you what Aga Khan University Hospital has been saying with all these 53 specialty clinics across the country, plus the main hospitals. They're saying you would want to go for medical checkups, and it should be easy, it should be affordable, it should be straightforward. So 9,950 gives you some comprehensive medical checkup. Aga Khan University Hospital is saying, don't wait until it's too late. It's important that you go for regular medical checkups. Just 9,950 walk into any of the specialty clinics and say, I'm here, Angalia, Pima Oil. And they'll do what, City?
Watapima oil.
Watapima oil.
Ashoka mzoba. Ashoka mzoba.
Shoko mzoba.
Itapimwa. Then watangalia brake fluid. Then watangalia ile juice ya kuwipe and windscreen.
Hiyo.
Yes.
Naangalia sump. Kama ina leak. Na gasket.
Yes.
Kama piston inafanya kazi vizuri.
Kuna time kidogo hata diff watangalia.
Hata diff watangalia.
Yes. Yes. Baada hapo utakuwa tuko sawa.
Very good.
Yes.
Very good. Kama wewe ni mzee na bado uko na kafuraita wataangalia.
Kio kwanza ndio wataangalia kabisa.
Kafuraita.
Uone kama inanguruma vizuri.
Kama bado unafanya kazi.
Yes.
Very good. 9,950.
Yes.
What's the importance of going for medical checkup?
Well, most people, I'm sure at some point or the other, have been asked to contribute to helping a relative, helping a friend pay a bill that has been accumulated because of healthcare needs. Now, before you actually go to hospital, there has to be something that takes you there. Now, when you go for a checkup, that is precisely what you are trying to forestall. You want to understand exactly what your body is at. Let me repeat. This is not, I've not mixed up my grammar. I'm saying it deliberately. You want to know what your body is at, meaning what is actually happening to your body. When you discover and you know, then you can take steps to either prevent it or the curative process will be simpler and easier. If you don't, that's when you collapse and you go straight to the ICU. And thereafter, every Harambee initiative that you've ever known and your family has known will be put into play.
Yep.
It is important, and even more so if you're a human Kenyan and you are above the age of 40, and more so if you're a man, you need this even more.
Yeah.
Just get to know exactly what is happening to your body.
Yeah.
Get to know. Don't wait for your body to tell you. Get to know so that you can take the appropriate steps.
That is the ideal thing to do.
Yes.
The other ideal thing to do is for you to go to your Google Play and download Tala, because you will need Tala. At some point in time, you will have this emergency where you need some money. You'll have this emergency where you actually are running short of cash and you want some cash. You may be thinking you want to do something to, restock your business. You're running a biashara and you've been called, you're running a side hustle. You've been told, Sasa, we needed some money because this and the other. And you're like, now you guys are calling at this time, surely. And you're telling me that you need stock now. You don't even have the money. If you had Tala on your phone, you'd go into Tala, you'd borrow, you'd send them the money, and then you'll have time to repay, right? And this is as simple as that. Tala is not just those things that you think of at predatory lenders. Tala is your partner in times of need. Tala is the partner that you need in those times when you want to engage with your financial situation more intimately, because it has hit you.
And in case you're wondering, because one of the things that Kenyans have experienced are these predatory lenders, people who take more details than you'd have liked to give them, and then they broadcast it to the whole world that you owe them money.
Yes.
Your relatives, but even your in-laws. Now,
my mother was called by some guys about a cousin of mine who had borrowed money from one of those predatory guys.
Yes.
So my mother is being told, so-and-so.
Who is?
Yes, you are on so-and-so's phone book. We are calling you because he owes us money and he has refused to pay. So my mom is like, so where do I come in?
Exactly. Yeah. Is my problem my nephew.
I hear, yeah. Where do I come in? Did he give you my number? No, we found it in your phone. And he has called you recently. So?
Now, you see, any financial institution that is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya would not do such a thing.
They would not.
No. And Tala is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Yep.
But more so, they are also
licensed and registered by
the Data Commission.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they'll not play around with your data.
No, they won't. They won't. They know what that would mean.
Yeah. So do the next ideal thing, download Tala, Google Play, and you'll have it. Yeah. We're talking about ideal things. And that's our next guest is also here to talk about ideal.
Yes.
Right? Professor Sam Kinyanjui is director of Ideal and the head of training at Kemri Welcome Trust program in Kenya. What is Ideal, Prof?
Thank you very much, first, for having me here. Ideal stands for Initiative to Develop African Research Leaders.
Initiative to Develop African Research Leaders.
Yes.
Ideal.
Yes.
We'll talk about that shortly. Karibu sana. Good to have you back. The last time you were here was, what was this? Was it like 3 years ago?
Yeah, 3 years ago, almost.
Wow.
Yeah.
How have you been since that time?
Growing older.
Gracefully. You're aging gracefully. Very good.
But I don't know what he uses. He doesn't grow at all.
Oh, no. That's genetic.
Yangu ni andani.
Where he comes from, people don't grey very easily. Where I come from, we grey in the beard. But if you look at my hair, there's grey, but it's perhaps a little gentler.
Yeah.
So,
but you know that's wisdom.
I keep being told this. I keep being told this. Now that you're here, when you have a break, you'll have to tell me how you see it, because me, I don't see it.
Where the wisdom comes.
Yes, it must be somewhere resident.
Let me show you how.
Yes.
For example, you have the day's proverb.
I do have the day's proverb.
Exactly.
And our proverbs.
And in your wisdom, this week's proverbs are from
the Republic of Tunisia. Yes. We have been looking at countries of the Maghreb. We started off with Morocco, went to the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, now in the Republic of Tunisia. They're a democracy, yes, and they also...
They have people.
They have people, they all have all that, but...
They are a republic.
But they're the people's... They're not the People's Republic, they're just the republic.
Okay.
Tunisia, it is said by others, were what we knew as the Carthaginians. But the late Muammar Gaddafi had a different view. He said, actually, it is the Libyans who are the Carthaginians. In fact, I mentioned in the earlier hour, one of Gaddafi's sons was actually called Hannibal. Yes, who was the son who was known as the man who did wonderful things to elephants across the Alps. Another proverb, okay? Even if he wears a valuable harness, the donkey does not turn into a horse.
Even if he wears a valuable harness.
A Hannibal harness. Where?
The donkey
does not
become.
It
does not turn a horse into a horse.
Racehorse is racehorse. Donkey is donkey.
What do you think?
No, it's very true. And I think it speaks a bit to a lot of things we see nowadays in this country. And I'm speaking in a bit of coded way, but there are people who imagine that if they can take everything that belongs to the country, that will make them
horses.
Racehorses. They just remain well-decorated
mules. Pigs even.
Here we are thinking of horses and donkeys. Now we've been taken to yet another mammal.
Pigs.
Anyway, it's the animal kingdom.
They will not fly.
Mashanga.
Ndio.
Bado atabaki.
Nguruwe ni nguruwe.
Naweka lipstick.
Naweka lipstick.
That's a nice one. The Kemri Welcome Trust program in Kenya, we've had these conversations many times before. You do quite a lot in this country in terms of research in the areas, in medical research. You for very many years, you've conducted various, research trials that have led into breakthroughs in the world.
Yes.
Now, we have many researchers, I presume, who are associated with the Kemri Welcome Trust.
Yeah.
And there are those who have passed through your hands in terms of training. They are not working at Kemri. There are those who have remained at Kemri. There are those who have come from elsewhere into Kemri. When you talk about researchers in medical field, do you have a register of the number we know. So there's Professor Sam Kinyanjui. We have 3,500 researchers, medical researchers in Kenya.
To be honest, I don't think that we have a very good handle. The Ministry of Education and also the Ministry of Health, I suspect you would be able to compile it if you went into, for example, the salary rolls. But as it were, it's hard to have a handle, and even harder to have a handle of the ones who have left the country. And unfortunately, there's quite a lot of them. So every so often when I go for conferences, you will meet someone who will say, oh yeah, I used to be in Canberra, I used to be in Kenyatta University or Nairobi University or wherever else, and has left the country. So that is even a much harder group to get a handle on. Yeah.
Quite a number.
Yes.
So if we just don't have a handle on Kenya, then having a handle on Africa surely is the other impossible thing.
Yeah.
Is there a need to have?
No, I think there is a need to have a handle on who we have for a number of reasons. One, you cannot know what to prioritize if you don't have a sense of what the size of your challenge is. And by the challenge here, I mean, if we don't, so for example, we know the ratio of scientists in developed countries, the ratio of scientists to non-scientists. And although there isn't a single given figure that you must attain to, in developed countries, if you take countries like South Korea, Japan, Israel, Finland, you're talking of about 4,000 people per million, 4,000 scientists per million. So essentially, whenever in a group of about 10 people, one of those people be a scientist. Here we are talking of people who have a PhD, people who have, clear programs of research. It is estimated that a country like Kenya, many of the East African countries, we are at the range of maybe 100 to 200 scientists per million. So, but we don't even have a clear handle on that. And it means that if we are going to say we need to invest, we need to focus or aspire to a certain goal, we almost don't even know where we're starting from. So it's even hard to measure whether we are making progress when we start making progress.
Right.
So I think it's quite important. The second reason is that it helps to know what resources you have, who you can appeal to if there's a need. And say, for example, during COVID, just knowing which institutions had the equipment and the facilities and the system set up to immediately start responding or helping the country respond to COVID was very important.
Yeah.
And a good example is that because Kilifi, the Kenya Welcome campus in Kilifi was already set up to do really high-level molecular biology, immediately COVID hit, we were among the first, if not the fastest institution to test. And actually there was an ironic story there. Then because we were testing around Kilifi looked like it had if you remember, like it's the place where the epicenter.
Yes.
It was purely because we were already set up. So knowing what the country's capacity is also very useful in working out how we can respond to health challenges. Knowing the people who are out there, again, third reason, for me, and at least for those of us who are in the capacity building space, is very important so that we're able to engage back these brains. I may not be able to bring them back to Kenya, but if I knew that there is a scientist in Harvard, I can write to them and say, would you mind co-supervising?
Yeah.
Do you know of opportunities where Kenyans can be trained? Can we send our student to your lab to learn technique XYZ? And even if it's not lab, it could be social science. Can you train this person in understanding the principles, theories of social science? So we are able then to, if you like, brain engage. So we may not reverse the brain drain, but at least we can engage them from wherever they may be seated.
Which may even be better, easier, more efficient.
Yeah, more efficient in some cases, because they also have a reason why they are in Europe, wherever, but they also have access to really advanced, cutting edge science infrastructures and systems, which we should exploit. And that conversation can really only be had when, or more effectively had, when you're talking to a fellow Kenyan.
Yes.
It's easier to appeal to, mtu wa nyumbani angle to it. I'm not saying you can't also talk to non-Kenyans, but there's that extra beat.
Always helps because they've got skin in the game.
Yeah.
So if you don't have a handle on the actual researchers, do you have a handle on institutions that are involved in research? Let's just say research in the medical field, whether government funded, whether private funded, whether donor funded. Do we know?
Yeah. So I don't have the numbers, but NACOSTI, which is one of the 3 agencies that was instituted or established through the Science and Innovation Act of 2012, has a responsibility of registering research institutions, and so they would have that data. The other institution that will have that data is Kenya Innovation Agency, again one of the 3. And again, because they have the responsibility of working with different institutions in Kenya to support and promote innovation in those institutions. But I should say this, that even with those institutions, they are not as well resourced as they should be. So, for example, I worked with Kenya some time back to put together what was called the Kenya Innovation Outlook 2020. 2021. And the idea there was to really get a handle on the number of scientists, the institutions, the resourcing, the funding. And I can tell you it was quite difficult because we didn't have sufficient funding. In fact, it was funded by the UK government rather than even the government of Kenya. So I'm sure those agencies would love to get a better handle if they were better resourced, and I would definitely be advocating for them to get more resources.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now justify why the initiative to develop African research leaders.
Okay. So, as I have said when I started, first let me say, why do you even need scientists? Because there's no point of developing a capacity if it's not necessary. I think I can say this without fear of contradiction. No country really developed and became a competitive economy without the application of science, technology, and innovation. Last week I was in Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam, what used to be called Saigon before the war. And many of us, the way we think about Vietnam is this place where you can find Rambo running around the street with a machine gun.
Yeah, and people under tunnels.
And people under tunnels on the ground. But Vietnam, through application of science, so they do manufacturing, they manufacture drugs, they manufacture mechanical things like cars and all that, has actually moved up during that period to become the 32nd largest economy in the world. Vietnam is a larger economy than Nigeria. It's a larger economy than the whole of East Africa combined.
Wow.
As our friend would say, think about that. Meditate on that. So you look at Southeast Asia, you look at China. China has become the 2nd largest economy in the world, just very short of the US, simply by the application of, it's not the politics, it is the application of science, technology, and innovation. Today, you go to any part of the world, you will find Chinese technology. And let me explain. There's cheap Chinese technology and there's advanced Chinese technology. Just like in any country, there'll be a spectrum of quality.
Yeah.
Those guys are putting people in space.
Yep.
Those guys are, have cars that match European cars. So, tafakari hayo.
They have the longest network of rail.
The fastest, actually.
And the fastest of speed trains in the world.
Yeah, so coming back, I hope I have given examples of why
we need science and technology.
Science, and so then coming back to the numbers I gave, we are very low on number of scientists and innovators. And the result of that is that Africa, in many cases, have to wait for externally developed solutions to our problems. When you look at vaccines, when you look at drugs, when you look at hata hizi simu tuko nazo mfukoni, the externally generated solutions, we are proud of M-Pesa, but M-Pesa actually operates on a platform that had to be developed elsewhere. Without this platform, which is a mobile phone, M-Pesa wouldn't exist. Now, I'm not taking away from the M-Pesa innovation, but I'm saying you need that level of technology to then innovate on top of it. So IDEAL aims to really take talented young Africans, young Kenyans. It used to be only Kenya when we were last, but now we are a big consortium. We include we include Zambia, and we also have partners in Niger, or Niger, as some people would say, and we have also other local partners. And the idea is that we attract young Kenyans to research by providing exposure to cutting-edge research environment, and let me again be clear here, and I was clear even last time, we are not just talking of clinical research, so we are not talking just of lab, we are talking about the whole spectrum of health research. From people who are in the lab studying those molecules and trying to understand the biology of humans, the biology of different parasites, the biology of the insects that carry diseases such as mosquitoes. So we have people on that end. We have people who are trying to understand the drugs and the medicines that we use. These are the people who do what you call clinical trials. If there's a new drug, can we test it and all that? But we also have people who are in the social sciences because we understand there is what you call social determinants of health. These are the social factors that actually impact on health. We also have people who are studying the health system because you have what you call systems determinants of health. For example, if the drugs are not being distributed to hospitals, actually that is a logistics issue.
Yeah,
you need someone who has studied logistics to understand how would it be best. Again, like the way Coca-Cola knows how to get a Coca-Cola to every corner of the world. So you see, that's not a lab scientist. You need someone who will understand why do people refuse, why are people, for example, suspicious of vaccines? We had vaccine hesitancy, as we call it. That again is not a lab scientist. A lab scientist will understand how to make it, but he'll not understand why Muga here is so scared when I say we need to do a second booster. That needs someone who has understood social science and anthropology, understands human behavior, cultural studies, someone who will understand why is it that women are taking up more than men. That's gender studies. So I really wanted to emphasize that health research is
broad.
A very wide. It's not just someone in a lab holding a petri dish and a test tube. Anyway, coming back. So we want to attract, we give exposure to young Kenyans. We then provide high quality PhD, masters and PhD training. And by quality, there are a few things that you focus on. The first is mentorship and supervision, really key. And that means that you're looking at people who they themselves have both the will, the desire to develop people. They are not saying, you know me, I'm the professor here, and until I die, we'll not have another professor of this thing. They are saying, I really want to reproduce myself, and in a better way. I want people who will be better than me when I leave. They also have to have the skills and technical knowledge of the area that they are supervising the students on. Sometimes, because of the way the systems are, people are just loaded with the students who are doing courses that even the supervisor barely understands. And I'm saying this with a lot of respect to all my academic counterparts, but I know that pressure is there. I'm not being politically correct. I can see Muga laughing. I genuinely know that there are these challenges. The university will take 20 students and they'll say supervise. And so you have no option. And the third is that the students themselves are immersed in a research setting where there's vibrant research culture. And a culture is more than just we have equipment and we have people, is that there's continuous scientific discourse. For example, the Camera Welcome program. And I also want to say today I'm also representing another entity called ALMA, which essentially is Alma is based at the Aga Khan and is led by Professor Maina Abubakar, and they are focusing on developing capacity for research in neuroscience in Africa. That's an area we have very little. So coming back, so we are immersing these students in the cutting-edge research environments in Kemru Wellcome, in our partner institution at the Aga Khan Institute of Human Development, where Alma is based, at Oxford, who are our partners, at London School, and all these other partners. And as I was talking about the research culture, and it's where you're having people having continuous engagement. People are not working in silos. So, for example, as I was saying in our program, we have a student will attend at least 3 or 4 meetings in a week. They'll attend their meeting with their supervisor, which you call group meeting. The supervisor will have several people on a weekly basis. They'll attend a departmental meeting where, again, there'll be presentation and conversation. They will attend a program-wide seminar. They'll then also do what you call a journal club, where you review the most recent publications. Are they right? Are they okay? What is the implication? Can we learn from those and do something else? So that environment. The final one is then when we have trained them, we support their transition to the next step so that we can retain some of them. Some of them we retain in our institutions. Some of them we retain in Kenya, in Africa. And if we can't do that, we retain them in research that is relevant to Africa. So, for example, someone could be working on malaria, but in a lab in Oxford. Then we still consider that as some form of retention. So, both Alma and Ideal have this very strong desire to create a critical mass of African research leaders who are both well trained in terms of the technical skills, but also in terms of research culture. Yani they have good manners. In terms of how we do research.
They've got the passion for it and they want to do it right.
Yes, they want to do it right, and they want to create better duplicates of themselves as they live, so that now you have the next generation of researchers.
Let's take a break on that note. It's a very, 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 very good conversation, and one that creates hope and shows, you know what, we have got people in this country who are doing the job that they should be doing. One of them is Professor Sam Kinyanjui, who's our guest. He's the director of IDEAL and head of training at the Kemru Wellcome Trust program in Kenya. What's IDEAL? It's an initiative to develop African research leaders, and also he's here, he says he's representing Alma. We've actually had a conversation with the people from Alma at the Aga Khan University Hospital and the Aga Khan University itself. So the Aga Khan University...
Alma, if I may just say in full, is African Leadership for Measuring Brain Health in Children and Adolescents.
African Leadership for Measuring
Brain Health
in Children
and Adolescents. Yes.
It's a good thing. Okay. We'll be back shortly after this quick break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTime Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTime Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Warming up in Nairobi, now 20, highs of 25. Mombasa, 29, highs of 31. Kakamega, sunny at 23, highs of 29. Mostly sunny in Malindi, highs of 31. It's also sunny in Kisumu, highs of 30. Nakuru, sunny, highs of 26. Sunny in Nyeri, highs of 25. Kakamega, sunny at 23, highs of 29. Eldoret 19 and sunny, highs of 25. Kinshasa sunny at 25, highs of 31. Mostly sunny and windy in Johannesburg, 16, highs of 25. Sunny in Lagos, highs of 31. Sunny in Mogadishu, highs of 32. Sunny in Addis Ababa, highs of 22. It's sunny as well in Dar es Salaam, highs of 31. It's sunny in Kampala, highs of 23. In Kinshasa, highs of 31. Cloudy morning in Paris, highs of 17. It's also a cloudy morning in London, highs of 16. New York, it's clear skies tonight at 18, highs of 26. It's getting into a cooler afternoon in Beijing. It's now sunny at 17. It'll drop to lows of 3. So we've been talking about this road, Landis Road into that market, the retail market. It's now very, very busy. This is around Gekomba. It's around the Machakos bus stop. You will find quite a bit of traffic. Just be patient. You'll also find traffic as you get off General Ringi Road into the area of Kariakor Market. Some traffic. Juja Road coming to Pangani. You'll find a bit of traffic. Thika Superhighway. You'll still find some traffic stretching to Tali, but Kiambu Road is now clear. Westlands heading towards town. You'll find a bit of traffic at that area of Mogoga Green Estate coming towards the Mall Junction. You'll find a bit of traffic there. You'll also find traffic as you enter town from all other sides. Uhuru Highway into town from Westlands, Uhuru Highway into town from Mombasa Road. You'll find traffic on Mbagathi Way and into Ngong Road at the city mortuary roundabout, You'll find traffic on Likoni Road as well, heading towards Enterprise. This is what's happening around this time. It was crazy on Langata Road earlier. It's now smooth sailing on Langata Road. You'll find only traffic at the lights on Ngong Road.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Developing future leaders in Africa. The initiative to develop African research leaders. The director of that, Professor Sam Kinyanjui from the Kemru Wellcome Trust, is our guest, City.
Professor, you mentioned a certain process we refer to as exposure. Now, walk us through this thing. When you talk about exposure, what is it? How do you go about it? How do you get people to know about it so that hopefully they'll take an interest?
Yeah. So we have actually almost now 4 schemes that we use to increase exposure of young Kenyans to research. One, we have what we call the School Engagement Program. This is where we have been working. Initially, we were working with secondary schools. Now we have even extended out to primary schools in Kilifi. Initially, again, because of resources, and also we were starting to develop the scheme. But now we are collaborating with KEMRI headquarters to even expand to other parts of the country. And the idea there is to have different activities that brings the students into contact with researchers. And the reason this is quite important is, first, you want to create interest in the children when they're still young. The second one, which comes from an interesting angle. So when we first started, we asked the students to draw a picture of a scientist. And Muga, I give you a guess. What do you think they drew?
Scientist?
Yes.
Someone, so they first of all drew a person.
Yeah.
With a lab coat.
Yes, exactly.
And probably a stethoscope. Yes.
And a test tube. And what gender?
Male.
What race, if I may use that in quote?
White.
Yes.
Musungu.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, and kind of middle age to old age, white with hair a bit like Einstein. So you see, it means, so for them, a scientist was this white male lab, old or middle age, holding, a test tube or a stethoscope. And that tells you they did not identify themselves as scientists.
Yeah.
And so the first thing is the exposure does is to provide them with an opportunity to meet people who look like them, people who talk like them, people who have the same gender as them, people who, although slightly older than them, in many cases are not that much older than them.
So similar socioeconomic backgrounds.
Similar socioeconomic backgrounds. For example, in Kilifi, we have quite a number of Kilifi originating scientists, Mijikenda scientists, who will then go to these schools and they first when you just greet
Speak in Kigiriama.
You speak in Kigiriama, you know, and they start understanding. I know some people say that's tribal. No, it's not. It's about creating self-identity.
Yes.
The students looking at this person and saying, he greeted us in our language. So I too can become a scientist. So that is the first thing. Then we start exposing them to, for example, coming to our labs. And again, the idea there is for them to aspire to think, wow, this is a place, this exists in Kenya. I would love to work here. Now, as I said, we have social science and other areas, but the lab is normally the most visible, sort of striking science platform, if you like. And so we engage with them. We had a game like I'm a scientist, get me out of here, and where they vote, they ask questions, and the scientist who answers in the best and most understandable way goes to the next round. The others are voted out. And we have supported them with the science congress and those sort of areas. So the next level we have is what we call the school leavers attachment scheme. These are the top students, O-level students in Kilifi, and again, Kilifi primarily because of the resources, would like to expand to more than just Kilifi. And they come spend 2 months with us. And again, they just get exposure to the process of research. Not all of them become researchers, or even necessarily will follow that path, but quite a number of them do change their subject choice so that now they join us and they're interested in research.
In fact, we met one such person when he came to Kilifi.
Yes.
Dr. Sophie Uyoga.
Yeah, people like Sophie Uyoga.
Yes, because when she told us her story, she had heard about it in secondary school.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And she can't be alone. There must be very many children.
There are many others
very
like
many.
that.
The thing, why you see me smiling and nodding is because you've done something that we have asked very many people here.
Yeah.
Why don't you begin this exposure as a matter of learning, the learning process in very young children?
Exactly.
Because there are people who are that way inclined.
Yes.
And when they see that opportunity, they will latch onto it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, one of the things we've done is taken advantage of VR technology.
Yes.
And we have done a lab tour, a VR lab tour. And that means because now we have quite a number of those sets, we can go to schools and the students take 10 minutes walking around and, it's 3D.
They just wear this thing and it's a virtual reality.
Virtual reality. Right. And they're wowed, but it also gives them a chance to say, this happens in Kenya?
Yeah.
I would love to do this. So those are some of the technologies we are taking advantage of. So then when they're in university also, we have an opportunity for people to come to attachments, the usual industrial attachments, but again, immersing them in this very vibrant and dynamic research environment. Post graduation, we have what we call it used to be a graduate internship, but now we co-run it together with Pwani University as a postgraduate diploma in health research methods. And this, we take people who have graduated within the last 2 years. And the idea here is to impart experiential learning. They have been doing a lot of theory, but they haven't really had a chance to do research. And so we take about 25 across the whole spectrum of different research areas I talked about, from lab to maths and modeling and all the way to statistical modeling. People might wonder. That is using mathematics to understand natural phenomena. All the way to people who are looking at health systems. And then they spend 9 months with us, basically doing their own project. And they learn how to troubleshoot. They understand the challenges of doing research.
When you say their own projects, what exactly do you mean? Do you teach them how to write grants?
No. So they will be embedded within a scientist who already has
an existing project or program.
Yeah, so you have a small sub-project where they will work
within that.
And the idea is that now they are actually getting hands-on. If it is going to the field to do interviews, they are supported by a more senior researcher, but they are there observing and also doing. If it is working in the lab and running some experiments, they are there being mentored by the other senior people within the
So
lab.
essentially you have something which is akin to an apprenticeship program.
Exactly.
Where you learn, watch, and put into practice what you learn.
Precisely. And as I said, we've been doing it as Kemu Welcome. Going forward, the Institute of Health Development at Aga Khan is also going to collaborate with us. So they'll also be taking interns, these PGD students. And the idea is we want to expand it so that if any place which has high quality research environment, a place where they'll get mentorship and supervision. These are not extra hands, so that when they come and you give them this is a learning process. So we want to do that with multiple institutions so that we can expand this number. And I'll tell you why in half a minute. It's because it's been one of the most productive schemes we have ever had in terms of developing research leaders. From 264 that we have done so far, about 60 have already had a PhD and above.
Whoa.
About 160 actually have won international masters and PhD scholarships to date. So basically, if you look at where they have gone, it's been one of the... And again, what has been very interesting is not just that they have learned the technical aspects of research, is that they have developed a sense of self-confidence. I was very proud recently when somebody called me and said to me, we're in this meeting, I am in Mombasa. I didn't realize you in Kilifi could have come. But the reason I'm calling is not because I'm in Mombasa and in Kilifi, because one of your interns presented. I was shocked. It's like a PhD. I've never even seen a PhD student presenting this way. And I was very proud. It's not my intern in the sense, it's not my supervisor within my program, but I was proud of what the supervisors have done in mentoring this within a year. And that is something we see all the time. It's that enhancement of self-efficacy, self-confidence.
It's something I have to ask.
Yeah.
With regards to writing grants and bringing in the money.
Yeah.
Akin to this is using resources that are available within the community and ensuring that your research is not just relevant in terms of what is needed, but it also incorporates what is available.
Yes.
Because then that makes the community understand that everything you're doing is within their reach and within their means.
Yes.
And they don't necessarily need a huge external body for these things to be done.
Yes.
Now, how do you walk your students through the process of writing grants, and when do you start?
So, especially when they actually across the whole spectrum of the pipeline, there are different levels of writing skills that we provide and presentation skills. So it's both writing, but also being able to defend what you've written. Because sometimes it's not just writing, it's when you ask now, can you give me in 5 minutes, can you explain what you have written?
Yes.
And so at each stage, there'll be increasingly more advanced writing and grant development skills. So by the time they're finishing their PhD, then we are now really focusing on capacity to write competitive grants. And I'm glad you asked this because that is one of the biggest challenge we have with a lot of our African graduates. I sit on a number of international panels for giving grants, like the Wellcome Trust, the UK Research and Innovations, and different others. And one of the things that we've really struggled is, so on one side, as Africans on those panels, we say we would like to see more Africans receiving grants. We advocate for this. On the other side, you see proposals coming in that are really poor. Let me just be clear. It's not that the people who wrote them are stupid or incapable. It's that they have not been mentored. And you can tell the difference. You can see this comes from an institution where there is mentorship. This comes from an institution where this person was left on their own to waddle in the water, and if they swim out, fine. If they are swallowed by crocodiles, too bad. Yeah.
How many universities do you have and a collaborative relationship with?
Actually, we have quite a number. So in Kenya, the ones that we're directly having formal is Strathmore University and Pwani University. Nairobi University, we have quite a collaboration with the Department of Pediatrics. So these are the ones where we kind of have relatively large. But for example, when I look at the number of students we have had now, currently, the largest number of students that we have given studentship in these different schemes I've mentioned is actually from JKUAT. So they are very active in applying. And I should say all these positions are very competitive. For example, for the PGD, we are now in the process of recruiting. We advertised. We got 3,800 applicants for 25 positions. That tells you people are enthusiastic. People want to be part of these things. 3,800.
If we have the manpower, or the woman power, or the human resource, and yet they do not know how to attract money, they lack the skills, we're not doing very well.
Yeah, true.
If we export the human resource who go to study, stay there, and we didn't train them adequately, then it would mean grants that they could write and apply in our country will be in short supply.
Yes.
So that retention that you spoke of, the opportunities, the broad opportunities that exist, is then reduced because it is good that people go out of the country. It is good they acquire new skills. But it is advantageous to us when those skills are
then brought back.
Yes, exactly.
And Muga, you're completely right. That's what gives me dreamless, sleepless
nights.
Sleepless.
No, probably dreamless nights.
Sleepless nights. Because we want to see these people that we've trained, whether it is in Alma, whether it's in Ideal. We have other also big organizations that are or consortia in Kenya, others like Kata, which is supported, based in APHLC, again, training a lot of PhDs. And all of us directors of these programs, we are thinking, how do we retain, how do we support people to attract funds? And I can say, to be fair, we have been quite successful in our program. If you came to Kilifi, I use Kilifi synonymously with KWTIP. We do have a campus in Nairobi, a big campus in Nairobi, and a campus in eastern Uganda in Mbale. But if you came to Kemri Welcome 10, 15 years ago, the majority of big grant holders would have been the expatriate partners.
They were.
Today, if you come to Kemri Welcome, the majority of big grant holders and the total grant holders are Africans. People who are holding, and I'm talking of grants that are £5 million, £6 million, £8 million. Upwards. And, you know, by today's exchange, you're talking of $1 billion upwards. So we have now people who genuinely are world-renowned as, as scientific leaders in their area.
But you know what is of interest? And why I asked about the partners, the universities. Locally, our institutions that we refer to as universities don't reflect the same. I say this because I have worked at a university. I've been stationed at the university. And the thing that was conspicuously absent was a culture of research. Conspicuously absent. Now, the last time people who even worked there and who had gone to the level of being professors, probably when they wrote the dissertations for their PhD or their masters, that's when they conducted any sort of research. How does the partnership get this culture so that our universities can actually be what universities are intended to be? Because they're actually not.
No, and you're right. And sometimes you want to give a fair hearing to both sides. I mean, there are people in the university, obviously, who have no research interests or who have not really developed their research interests. But there are also systemic challenges that universities face. Whether it is, you find that someone who is really good, as soon as they graduate, their PhD, they're sent off to become head of department. They're sent off to become in charge of exams.
So they're doing administrative work.
And it's heavy load. The things that we miss in this country In fact, a lot of people, even people in university, often don't know what it means, is a position immediately after a PhD called a postdoctoral position. Postdoctoral position is you have a PhD, but you are now doing independent work under the mentorship. So it's still a training position under the mentorship of a more senior person. And what happens is that this is a time you really consolidate your research capacity, your research line, your research area. And then during this period, you are able to develop your grant applications. It's very hard to develop a competitive grant application. You finish your PhD, and immediately now you are in charge of exams for 50,
Let me take you further back, even before we get to the PhD.
Yeah.
Just researching, just fundamental research.
Yeah.
So that even as a student, you are actually involved in projects, not necessarily clinical research, but just research projects. So that masters going forward, you already understand the benefit. Because if one's mind isn't geared towards it, the PhD is supposed to, in your mind, get you to another job. So you're quite happy with the job.
Exactly.
And status.
And status. Research dies.
Status, yes.
That process, and if this person goes to the level where now they're principals or the assistant vice chancellors, they are not going to promote research.
No, true.
They don't think that way.
If I was to be radical here, personally I would say, if I was to take a radical position, that we should have research universities. We would rather concentrate. There's no point of putting a bit there, so one microscope there, and one microscope there, and one microscope there, where you don't have a critical mass, you don't have a focus, so that from the word go, you have institutions that, I'm not saying the others shouldn't do research, but there's a focus. We used to have, for example, institutions that were for technology. Egerton, you knew that if you wanted anything agricultural technology, and the people who emerged from those, even today, you can see what they emerged with. Suddenly, and it shouldn't be attacked by people in Egerton.
They're doing catering.
You're doing catering.
and tailoring.
JQuat is the same. You move to everything.
It's true.
And so it is.
Let me ask this question because our time is running short. Somebody has asked, a teenager is saying, Prof, how can one get into a Kemri Welcome Trust? They're interested in, for example, joining, and they get this run around and they sort of feel frustrated, like, do I need to know someone?
No, you don't need to know anyone. We advertise on our website. As I said, for example, last time we got 3,800 for about 25 positions. So it follows that it will be very competitive and a lot of people won't get it. But don't feel frustrated. Don't think that it's because maybe you didn't know anyone. Keep trying. Your chance will come.
Very good. Many people have, just posted their comments and saying it's quite refreshing hearing after all the noise and the politics of going on in the country that there are actually people in this country who are working towards solutions. And you're one of them, Prof.
Thank you very much.
And as we've just come out of Shuja, you are a Shuja.
Oh, thank you.
Take that one. Yep. Professor Sam Kinyanjui, the Director of Ideal and Head of Training at the Kemri Welcome Trust Program, has been our guest. And this is a refreshing way to end the show today. Asante, keep it locked. Have a good day. We'll see you tomorrow. It's 10 a.m.